As a part of the mass movement for NOMORE and Hands Off Africa, an Eritrean man named Jacob brought the message direct to the face of the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Carrying his banner opposing the Western intervention on the Horn Africa and Africa at large, he approached the car carrying the Prime Minister and was detained by the police. The people of Ethiopia and Eritrea and other Africans are currently holding worldwide mass demonstrations against the Western intervention, which is playing a destructive role by supporting a terrorist organization for their geopolitical interest, which happens to be despised across the Horn of Africa.
Just recording. He has to do anything. Just, no.
Yes, you're not allowed in the road.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not struggling. Hands off Africa, exactly.
Hands off Africa.
I'm not fighting.
No more. No more.
Stop hurting them.
No more. No more.
Stop there. Keep hands off Africa. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So you can't. I'm not. Let's go right. Yeah.
He's not resisting. He's not resisting. He's not doing anything. He's not resisting.
Yeah. He's not resisting.
He's not resisting.
I'm not fighting. Yeah. He's peaceful.
He's peaceful. It's just no more. That's all.
Stop him.
Yeah, we're not. Don't worry, Jeff. We're not interfering.
Homosexual, idiot, empty, clean African people. Keep hands of Africa. That's what I'm asking.
No more. Look at this. Just the
Hold the banner in the flag.
it's just no. Hazard. I don't want Hazard.
Take the banner.
What? Why? What for? It's just a banner.
It's the banner.
It's just a banner.
It's our flag. Keep the flag.
He's not doing anything. He's not resisting.
Yeah, he's not resisting.
He's not resisting.
I'm not fighting. Yeah.
He's peaceful.
He's peaceful. It's just no more. That's all.
Stop him.
Yeah, we're not. Don't worry, Jeff. We're not interfering.
Homosexual, idiot, empty, clean African people. Keep hands of Africa. That's what I'm asking.
No more. Look at this. Just the
Hold the banner in the flag.
it's just no.
Wait.
Hazard. I don't want Hazard.
Take the banner.
What? Why? What for? It's just a banner.
It's the banner.
It's just a banner.
It's our flag. Keep the flag.
Yo, keep your hands off Africa. That's what I'm asking. You know, that's the guy. That's what he was saying. Oh, what kind of? Oh, I realized. Yo, guys, it's good to see everybody this night. Welcome back to One Africa Forum again. It's good to see everybody down there. I hope you guys are doing good. Keep your hands off Africa. That's what I'm asking for. That's what Jacob was constantly saying, and that's what he hold. He hold that banner written, and I love this man. He's an Eritrean man, but he's holding a banner written, "Keep your hands off Africa." This man is fighting for Africa. He put his life on the line to fight for Africa. And then you have these white soldiers are coming to take him away. He didn't do anything illegal. He was just holding a banner that is written, "Keep your hands off Africa." It's a free world, man. Somebody's holding a banner, sending the message to the Prime Minister of the UK. You better listen, because be very careful with this generation, because we are very different. All right, and it went right. So the reason why I show this video, guys, to y'all, because I really just want to extend my, how can I say, for me, I think this guy, he's the hero of Africa. All right, this guy is a hero of Africa. And the hero of Africa, you don't need to risk your life, or you don't need to go on a battlefield and do something. But this guy is the hero of Africa, putting himself out there, holding a banner, because he was the only one. He was the only one. And I think, Prime Minister was kind of like passing by, and he was holding that banner, to send the message everywhere. So if one man can do that and be willing to actually be taken by the police, what about all of us? What are we doing? And the only thing that we need to do is just write on the social media or something like that. yeah, guys. All right, that was a little introduction, but I want to appreciate everybody who is joining here. I see someone have a name like mine, Mikias, but shout out to Mulukeg, Jibra Media. Hi, Mika, how are you doing, brother? I'm doing fine. This is a member of this family right here. All right, I look at him with a little bit, different eye. Appreciate, man. I am doing, I can say I'm doing all right because I'm spending time with my family, even though right now I just run away from my family. Yeah, run away from them, which I'm not feeling good. All right, guys, I'm going to take a moment to pray before begin because my family, they're actually praying right now. Let me pray and then we'll start this session. God, I thank you for today. I thank you for giving us another beautiful moment, another time to come, to share, to talk about Africa, about our people, about our leaders, about this movement. So help us and give us wisdom, and your spirit lead us from beginning to the end, God, as we are diving into this different topic, different things that we're going to talk about today. Be with us, God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. Let me go ahead and I want to appreciate everybody who is joining. I want to appreciate everybody who is supporting this channel. I want to appreciate all the members who are joining this family. I want to appreciate those who are becoming members of this family. I want to appreciate, I see Senu here. Senu, I think I saw you yesterday at the end of the topic, joining and becoming a member of the family. So I want to give you a special shout out to you for joining. And a lot of you out there, I still welcome you to come and to be part of this movement. I see MG Might Man all the way from Facebook watching us here, and Mustafa Mosa all the way from Facebook. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate God. Guys, if you don't know Swahili Nation, we have Facebook page, we have TikTok page, we have Twitter page, we have Instagram page, we have all those pages. So, and right now I'm working on finding someone here and here in the land, someone to manage those social medias, and I think we're going to be very active pretty soon. And so I appreciate everybody who is joining. I appreciate for the members of this family. We have members of this family, and for those who are setting your time aside and joining the movement. I appreciate. How about me, brother? My team, what's up, man? I've seen you too. My team, that's your name, right? Appreciate you. And I want to start with this one, statement that one of our brother, he actually shared in the afternoon session. And I want to go ahead and share with you guys. When he was sharing, actually, I went to write some few opinions on Twitter. But before that, I want to say that guys, continue to support our channel. All right, we want to hit 200,000. This is December, and we want to hit 200,000 in the month of December. That means we need is it 17,000? We need 17,000 subscribers to hit 200,000 subscribers, guys. In 1 month, we have a few days left. I said this, guys, if we're gonna hit that before January 5th, because January 5th is my birthday, it will be a best gift for that. It will be a best gift for that. But we can do that, to hit 200,000 subscribers. The more we are growing, the more our message is gonna have impact. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a channel that has like 1 million viewers and you speak something, man, the world listens. All right, like it listens. Even YouTube itself is going to be put on the logarithm because first of all, you give them a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? And second, it's a big channel. Like it's a media pretty much. And right now, guys, let me say this. I'm working with somebody. We're working on, preparing something really beautiful, the logo of Swahili Nation Media. We're working on something right now. So very soon I'll be sharing with you guys. I already got a few samples, but I'm waiting for that it will kick my heart and be like, oh, this is it. So please continue to support. I know we can hit that because I have a good news. This month, just the month of November, let me tell you how many subscribers we hit. The month of November, this is the month of November, we hit 27, almost 28,000 subscribers. All right, guys. Month of November, Let me see here clearly. Month of November, guys. The month of November we hit to 27,000, like 27.7K. So that is like almost 28,000 subscribers. Come on. Come on, guys. Let's celebrate, all right? So appreciate you, Africa, because hitting 28,000 subscribers just in a month of November, that's a big step, all right? That's a huge step. That's a huge step right there. Okay, so the family is growing, and I think that's because in November, I invested so much on doing live stream every single day, twice sometimes or once. And when you do live stream, actually a lot of people subscribe. That's what I realized. So just in a month of November, we hit 28,000 subscribers. Then what is this? What is this? What is this, guys? Let me show you this. What is this? That December right now, we need only 17,000. Last month we hit 27,000, 28,000, but now we need only 17,000 to hit 200. So it's possible. We're going to do it, all right? We're going to do it. Let's hit that, all right? It's a campaign right now. Let's hit 200,000. So appreciate you guys. Yeah, soon it's gonna be yes. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. And let me give you a little bit of another feedback that I always give it to you guys. Let me see here. Let me see here, guys. So another thing, it's okay. Let me tell you this, guys. Not only that, but a month of November, the family is really growing. The month of November, I think we also hit like almost 3 million viewers the month of November. So that means it's 2.9 million viewers. 2.9 million viewers in 1 month. So I appreciate you guys for the love and for the support. Some of you have been sharing this page. Some of you, this is the good side, and we have to appreciate, when it's a good side. Some of you have been sharing this page. Some of you have been, commenting, have been doing this and that. So because of that, and those new people who are joining here, you have to know that we have 2.9 million viewers in just 1 month. 27,000 subscribers in just 1 month. And now we're looking forward to hit 17,000 and to finish this month like that. But we have a little challenge right now. And the little challenge that we have, I'm going to share with you guys right here. The little challenge that we have, it might be a big challenge, but let's see. This might be a big challenge, but let's see. All right. This is still a big challenge. Okay, let me show you here, guys. Let me share with you. This is a big challenge right here. So 70% pointed to 7.2 of viewers, they have not subscribed, but only 29.9 people they subscribe. So people who are visiting and watching our movement and what we do, 70% of those people, they haven't subscribed. Only 29 they subscribe. So imagine if 50% can subscribe. That means we'll be too far. All right, we'll be very far right now. So even when it comes to subscribers and viewers, we're supposed to be way too far right now, but still we appreciate. And for those who haven't subscribed yet, please go ahead and do so. You're going to help us to spread that message all over the world. And that's going to be amazing. Exactly. Yeah, you got it. Jerina Stars. You got it. Yeah, my name is from the Bible, Mika. That's the one. That's the one. It means there is no God like you. That's the meaning of my name. Look at that, Sano. Man, you just became a family member and you're already doing the campaign. Shout out to you, man. Mika, you're doing so great, bringing our people together to discuss important issues affecting our continent. Man, I appreciate that. I appreciate for becoming part of the family and to become one of us. That means a lot. So I appreciate, man. I appreciate. That means a lot. And Sano, maybe we can have conversation, all right? Sano, what about me having conversation with you? All right. I'm sharing the link here in the comment section. Sanu, I want to have a conversation with you, and I want to appreciate you in person for becoming a member of this family. That's appreciate, because giving is hard. All right. People, they don't just give, but if you have a heart, giving his heart, really. They don't give. People don't give because they have. No, they give because they have a heart, right? Like for me, giving my time, it's not because I have a lot of time. No, my family is right there. I'm not spending time with them, but it's heart, right? You give because you do, not because you have, but because you have a heart and you understand how important it is. So that's why you give. So Senu, if you won't mind, come. Let's have a conversation a little bit, my brother. I want to thank you personally. All right. Smart in Amharic, appreciate. Hi, this is amazing. Guys, I don't know if you joined my session in the afternoon today. My session in the afternoon today, I was pretty much talking about, what happened before. I already have people here. This is amazing. This is David. David?
Yes, it's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're not David, right?
No, I'm just representing the little man, David, against Goliath.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining me again. But I know you are Jerina, right?
I am Jerina. Hello, Mika.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, not bad. I did get into a little bit of an argument with the silly MP from London, UK, by the name of Jeremy Hunt.
Yes.
If you could change the H into a C, because he really is that. Because of his outburst in the Houses of Parliament, I was very, very, very angry with him. And the fact that he'd suggested Prime Minister Abiy have his Nobel Peace Prize removed because of, the same old rhetoric, the fake news rhetoric, Tigray genocide. So I was just disgusted because, I always saw him as someone who was non-partisan, respectable, middle-class MP. All of a sudden, he's on the payroll. And I was just disgusted. I had to ring his constituency up in Parliament and tell him about himself, and to sit his, white privileged self ass down and stop interfering in the lives of innocent people, because it is disgusting that he, first of all, I think he's jealous of Prime Minister Abiy. He's just jealous that he looks really cool as a commander of his country there on the front, and who is he? Some privileged MP in the UK all of a sudden hating. He just came across as such a hater. And I was just disgusted that he would support a terrorist group. So it just shows you how much influence and how much money goes into these Western MPs through African, terrorists. It's just disgusting. So a lot of Ethiopians were telling him about himself and, how disappointed they are with him and how he's using his white privilege to shut out the voices of the 100 million Black people in Ethiopia. You can't, so let's not even give him a chance, because what he did was wrong. He's wrong. Totally wrong to just dismiss innocent people that were killed in Afar and in Amhara, and then repeat the same scripted lie from the terrorists. It's just, neo-colonialism at its worst. And now they're using this whole, is it Omri variant or whatever, as an excuse to blame it on Africa when it came from Belgium. It was literally made in Belgium. The disease was made in Belgium, and again they're trying to latch it onto Africa. So I'm not feeling the racism and the anti-Africanness that's going on. Yeah.
And what do you have to say about the video? Have you seen the video that this man Eritrean was captured?
Yes, he was specifically targeting that MP. Hands off Africa, and look how he got arrested. I'll give it to you later. Okay. All right.
Oh, that's a little baby.
We don't need one. I ate one yesterday, so we don't need one.
So I agree with him. He wasn't being harmful in any way. He just had the banner and wanted to show the Houses of Parliament, but then once again, their white privilege. How dare a Black man come near me with a banner? They're not used to it. They're not used. They're used to environmental protesters, sitting on roads. They're used to them. They're not used to black people protesting, which is why the police just jumped on them. They didn't understand what was going on.
Yeah.
So, and once again, Eritreans are very heroic at protesting. If you look in history, when Ethiopia was under Italian occupation in World War II, an Eritrean stopped a fascist rally. He literally jumped in front of Mussolini's stupid rally, because they stole the emperor's statue, which is the lion. So an Eritrean did the same thing, jumped in front of it. So we have a history of heroic Eritreans who stand for the cause. So he's one of them, basically. So yeah, it's just quite worrying that somebody like him would get involved. Obviously, money's money, and he's on the payroll. But just wanted to give my views on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for your view, guys. I share the link in the comment section. Go and support our sister. She's doing, the same work we're doing, and you're doing in Amharic, right?
Mixture English and Amharic and
English, yeah. So please, go and support our sister Jerina. I share the link in the comment section, and this is her YouTube. Yeah. Let's have more channels like this. You know what I'm saying? We're all doing the same thing, so let's support each other.
We're all saying no more hands off Africa. Just universal message.
Exactly. And I'm really glad to say that I'm proud of my country as well. I see my friends, they joined the movement as well, and they shared this video today, and I want to show you guys. I love this video. There's so many beautiful people here, and it just shows the diversity of different religion and gender and everything. So let me show you guys here right now. I just love this so much. I love so much. My people, they're actually working up. This is my friend. And I remember first time I asked him to take a video of this, and I share with you guys. But this time I didn't even ask him, but he did this. He came with his own idea, and then he did this. I want you guys to watch
Hello, Africa. My name is Mickey, and I'm from Tanzania. Ethiopia is fighting a war that can change the whole Africa. Please join the normal movement now.
Please join the normal movement now. Please join the normal movement now. Please join the normal movement now. Please join the normal movement now. Please join the normal movement now.
Please join the normal movement now.
Please join the normal movement now.
Please join the normal movement now. Love, peace, and unity.
Yeah, you see that, guys? So those are my people. Tanzania. So you guys know that Tanzania is behind you. Tanzania is with you. Is standing with you guys, and we are together in this fight. Big E, my brother, welcome back. It's good to have you here. The voice, the chief. I can't hear you, chief. Chief. No, I think I can't hear Chief, but okay. Caleb, welcome back. What's up, Caleb?
Hi, Mika. How are you?
I'm doing good, my brother. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm really fine. I'm really okay. I'm really happy to see you back. And your seeds are growing and becoming a fruit. Like we are seeing the fruit of Pan-Africanism at this time because we are winning in the battlefront. And we are winning in the on the social media. Thanks for you all that are standing with us. Like it's a week of victory. Now we are now I'm not thinking about my country Ethiopia at this time. Like I'm not thinking about like Ethiopia will prevail or not. I just know that Ethiopia can prevail, but I'm just thinking about other voiceless African countries. I also yesterday mentioned about that. I was thinking about Burkina Faso and other countries. Like I'm just finished about my country. I'm just enough. Like we get your support and we have the voice now, and we are the voice. Your voice is significant, and the seeds of Pan-Africanism that you plant last time that you start are fruitful at this time in Ethiopia. Thank you, Mika. This is you made a history for real. It's your responsibility, but there are lots of people that don't know their responsibility. So I join you here. Now I don't mind of the situation of Ethiopia, because today we are better than before. We are thinking about lots of diasporas to come to our country. We are just focusing on bringing lots of different stuff now. But
Yes.
this movement should go and change the situation of other countries like it work in Ethiopia. I need this seed to be planted all over Africa. I just expect that. But thank you for all things that you guys do, and I'm always with Africa. One Africa, Africa will prevail. Ethiopia prevails.
Yes. Amen to that, Caleb. Caleb, thank you, brother. I know you're one of the guys. Caleb, if you guys don't know Caleb, he's one of the very early members of One Africa Forum since March 1st, when we started with the first season of One Africa Forum. Because we started on March 1st, and he was there from that beginning. He was there, all the time coming. And he played a big role to invite me as well to Ethiopia. Has always been saying, come. Now I have a good news that I'm coming, brother. So I appreciate you. I appreciate for your dedication to this movement. And yeah, I love you, brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We remember you. That's the last thing that I want to say. That this is a big thing for us.
Yeah, it is, man. It is, and it's so amazing to see. I'm very grateful for to see how much you guys are working and carrying this movement to another level, and people now are joining. And I think this has to be a movement throughout the Africa. We don't have to politicize the movement, because that's most of the time that's the problem with our stuff. But we need just to let it be like the way it is, to be no more movement as an independent movement, the movement that is pushing us to be better, the movement that is pushing Africa to be the best version of itself, the movement that is helping it's keeping leaders as well accountable with what they're doing internally and outside. I really hope that this movement is not going to turn to something like all other movements we know, but it's going to be something that will be there, for the people of Africa, to raise the voice for Africans, and yes, like that. John Matenge, I know you joined here, but please you can the same
Yes,
thing to heaven.
The same thing to heaven.
John Matenge.
Yeah.
Oh, before you unmute yourself, you have to turn off the YouTube. If you're watching or you're listening yourself, you have to turn it off first, and then you can unmute yourself. All right, John Matenge. I'll come back to you. Heavenly Emperor.
I'll come back to you. Heavenly Emperor.
Hello. That's Heavenly Emperor too. Guys, mute yourself before you. Not mute yourself. Like you don't have to listen to yourself from YouTube.
Some people just love to listen to themselves talk.
That's true.
I have no idea if it's me or not.
Okay, Heavenly Emperor, you're good?
Yes, I'm good. How are you? Habari?
I'm good, brother. Where are you calling from?
Me, I'm calling from Northern Europe.
Northern Europe.
Yes, but I'm an Ethiopian, as you may be able to tell.
Yeah. Exactly. I see here, Heavenly Emperor. So what's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Welcome. First time on here. Glad to see you guys.
Wow, first time. Yeah. Yes. What do you want to raise, man? Whatever you have in your mind.
Well, the thing is, this war's been going on for a year in Ethiopia, as you may know. I've been following it since day one. Every single day, 5 hours a day, I've been hearing so much from both sides. And one thing I sometimes ask myself is that Tigrayans used to be some of the most proudest Ethiopians that I knew. I was raised with them. They used to tell me stories about the great Johannes and everything. But lately, since this war started, all of a sudden, they started hating Ethiopia. So all of a sudden, since my name is Menelik, they would all of a sudden just assume that I'm Amharic even. And between us, I'm not. I was just given the name.
It's propaganda.
Yeah.
I've seen friends change over social media. It's the power of social media and the influence and the brainwashing, because I honestly believe they can turn back to normal, proud, patriotic Ethiopians. I believe they can, but when you've got outside forces helping them, it's crazy.
Now, this may be controversial, I'll say here, but to me, what they have done is patriotic, because they went into a war believing that there was a genocide upon their people, and they were just told that. And the media, why I'm so angry about the media, is that instead of trying to breach both sides, they encourage this idea. Because when you see news stations like CNN and all this, that's authority telling you this. These are sources you trust. So when Western media, third-party sources are convincing you this is going on, and your own people as well, this is going to bring some ideas into your head. So for them, they just went in there. But we're still Ethiopians. We should still stay together. And this is why I'm so happy when I saw you. At first, I thought you were Kenyan because I lived in Kenya a lot. But when I saw other Africans, especially Kenya, I'm so happy for Kenya. Asante sana, Kenya. They're trying to bring us together. And that's why I love Africa, because Africa didn't try and just accuse us of genocide on either side. Africans said, you guys got to shut up, listen, talk.
Exactly.
So, Asante sana, Swahili nation.
Dang, my brother. I appreciate, man, Heavenly Emperor. I think that's what we have to do. And I think that's what we've been trying to remind people, that, I remember Chala, he's always talking about ethnicities and, just to remind each other that, we are one at the end of the day. And I think the point that you raise, it's really important because, when you find someone believe that what I'm doing is right, it's very difficult, like it's very hard to judge. When someone believe like I'm doing this because I'm defending my country, because that's sometimes what people feel is right, even though it's something wrong and it needs to be condemned. But the best thing we can do, is trying to get back together and to try to build our countries and and our continent together. That's very important. I love what you say, brother.
Asante, my brother.
Yeah. Okay, John.
Biggie is here. Can you hear me?
Biggie, I can hear you.
Can you hear? Oh my God! What a technical difficulty this morning. It seems like I got so many things open. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my African brothers. And may Xavier be with you all. And Mika did the prayer at the beginning, and we're gonna kick it off on some of the highlights that you brought in about the Eritrean brother that went out there up front, and I hear our sister also that's been really mad at the MPs. All that is all arise through fake news. I mean, we know they are disinformed, or they want to ignore the information that's being put out for them to go and retrieve. If they are really people because they've been elected or been put in there by election and not really helping their people, because the British people need to know. They need to know exactly what's going on the ground in Ethiopia, and they starve them from disinformation and misinformation and all that above, where they will say, they talk about the Nobel Prize of Dr. Abiy, the Prime Minister. Guess what? I give him the Nobel Prize of being African, being Ethiopian, dying for Ethiopia. We don't need nobody's Nobel Prize in order to give some kind of prestige to our leaders. Our leaders, whether they're dictators or whether they are, whatever, they are rising to do the best they can. And also, the best way they know. But when it comes to Dr. Abiy and questioning his Nobel Prize, I think the world has to rethink of why he deserved it to begin with, and it was the quickest really thing that he did is put peace among the people of Eritrea and Ethiopia, because that was a long overdue, unnecessary wars, unnecessary killings. And now people are asking his Nobel Prize. And listen, I think for us as African, I think he is an example, and that shows leadership by example. He's at the forefront telling you exactly how Africans should be. Meaning, he said it, if you are Ethiopian, if you're born Ethiopian, when you die, you're Ethiopian. And again, for all Africans, you're born Africans, and you are Africa by the time you're done on this earth. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that's happening within the last 24 hours. We see all this movement. We talked. We seen Hermela that's been removed from the No More movement. In fact, they're dissecting people that were on their tweets and also shut down their Twitter accounts.
Oh,
Eventually,
really?
Twitter, yes, yes,
Oh, I
it was
didn't
an
see this.
interview. Yeah, it was an interview, including people that are following them and they are really pro no more movement. They removed them from their picking it out of their emails addresses and stuff. So there's a lot of things that's wrongdoing that's been done. A Twitter explanation is that they don't want to have this violence. It might attract violence and all that. But as you see it, all Ethiopian move on every corner, even though they want to show an Eritrean that has a banner to try to arrest them in London, intimidation, and it was all peaceful. We're minding our own movement, our own way without no violence, with all love. You can see the unity of the people that demonstrated, show fraternity. They showed togetherness. They showed their move is one, no more. And that they want to deny it. I mean, tens of thousands of people showed up in the White House, and nothing is moving the way the direction is. And there's few other information that's out there that Djibouti said, "Hey, no more." She's like, "No, I'm not going to let my Ethiopia to be invaded by any foreign nations." That's right. And they start moving to Sudan. So Sudan brothers, if you're out there, you guys should show more voice that you don't need any other foreign military base in your country. We can handle our own problem. We are Africans. We're brothers, especially brothers in Sudan. He came in on the show and explained it, how Sudanese feel about Ethiopians, Eritreans, and that is not going to change because at the end of the day, Sudanese don't want no war. They don't kill each other. They love each other. That's why they're standing now, coming out for this no war movement also, because it includes the dictatorship that they're experiencing right now. That's not Sudanese style. That's not Sudanese thing. They're not puppet. They don't want to be puppets. So they're out there voicing their voice, and we're supposed to support them. And I really appreciate everybody that's joining this conversation, because it's very, very important. This is something that is going to be going on for a long time. And please support us so we can voice ourselves. Support Mika. He started on his vision. He puts the platform together for us to discuss about African affairs. And Ethiopia, she will prevail. But I cannot wait. I'm just like any African. We cannot wait to see Dr. Abiy back in his position and showing leadership even better, because he got a ground experience. He's on the field. And that information, my dear African brothers and sisters, I don't know what the West is going to do, but it's going to be a very, very upsetting result. And is moving forward. So right now, I pray for Dr. Abiy and the militia, the soldiers that are out there, the volunteers that are out there for freedom. He's out there to free his own people, our people. These are brothers and sisters that are dying there for nothing, something that could have been handled differently. But few people have the money, the power at the time, and they're using everything they got to just be on top of everything. But game is over. I'll say that. Game is over.
It's over, brother. Well, appreciate Big for your voice. You the voice of this family, so I appreciate.
You're very welcome, man.
I'll definitely come back to you soon. Senuti, I know it's your first time to join, and this is also the new member of our family. Senuti, what's up? Hello? Hello, Senuti. What up, what up, what up? That's what Kuru says. Senu, I think you might be having a trouble with your audio. Where is my brother from Kenya ran to? John Matenge, you ran away, man. All right, Senuti, I'll come back to you. I think maybe your audio might have some your mic might have some issues because we cannot hear anything. Let me go to reach Francis first, and then I'm gonna come back to you. You can try to check your audio a little bit. My brother, what up, what up, what up? What's going on today?
I don't know. I got the same problem, but I think I'll tell all the audience. If you got the YouTube running and you're listening through your Bluetooth, it will interfere taking your mic out on the other show that you're watching. So please shut down your show if you're live.
Yes, Senuti. Well, my goodness, Senuti, what's up?
Sorry for interruption. Go ahead.
Wow. Okay, Senuti. I had no idea that. Man, you represent. What's up? Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much, Mika. Thank you. Hello to everybody. Actually, it's my first time ever calling in. So on YouTube, I do follow a lot of people, but it's my first time calling in. And I just want to say thank you to what you've created, because we're like I currently live in Canada, but we're spread everywhere. So we do want to be. We are one as a people, as an African, right? So this channel that doing like bringing everybody from different backgrounds, but all of us being African, it really touches my core. I consider myself, a Pan-African. Like I like to go to that route, right? So I am Eritrean, but I support. Yeah, I'm Eritrean. I was born
Love
there.
Eritrean.
Yeah, but you know what? All the same people. We were divided in 1884 by the Bern Conference, but we are all one. I truly, in my core, believe that. My husband is from Kenya, just so you know, right?
From Kenya.
Yeah. So just
wow.
To give you that insight, right? So and I follow Tanzania pretty close because Dr. Magufuli, he's my hero. I just love him. I love what he did for his people within the 5 years that was in power. It just shows you that we can make changes in our continent if we have the right leaders. You see?
Yes.
So what Dr. Abiy is doing as well in Ethiopia, I praise him. He's an amazing leader. What he's doing for his people, he's fighting for his people, for his country. So we should all back him up. So when we find leaders like that, we have to all rally behind them and give them the confidence to move forward, because the Western side of that side of the world, they don't want us to grow. They don't want us to flourish. We have everything in Africa. We got everything, but we need to believe as a people that we got to believe in our own continent, because a lot of people, even when I have a conversation in the West, they don't really believe in Africa, right? They don't really understand the system there. Like everything's unorganized. It's not like the West, but imagine how long it took the West to be organized, and where did they get that labor? Where did they get that material to be organized? It came from Africa, you see. But we were taught differently, so our education system was hijacked. We were brainwashed in many, many, many different ways, right?
Yeah.
So it takes. Some people might think, okay, you know what? Like, I know I'm all over the place, but I'm just trying to show you that it all starts with us believing in ourselves, and then putting our own first before other nations. So if I see somebody in the street as an African, I will help him first before I see a white man. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. So we need to put ourselves first. We need to believe in each other. we have the brains to do it. We have the skills to do it, and we can go back and build our own. You know. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. But thank you for what you do and bringing. Like, I think your channel is one of the few that brings all different people from different parts of Africa together and having this conversation and thinking alike. You know. So I just appreciate that so much, and thank you for that. So I'm happy to support. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Senator. I appreciate. Thank you for becoming a member of this family. And first of all, let me just say your husband is a lucky man to have you, and I envy him. And I'm that's why Kuru he said here, Professor Kuru, he say, you know, you have a chance, Mika. You know what I mean? I know what you mean. But also you mentioned about Magufuli. Man, Magufuli is someone that I highly look up to, because you know, one of the problem that we had here in my home, it was system. Like people, it reached the point where like ordinary folk, they never believed in the government because of the system. It was just corrupted. Like it was too much. Like when it comes to work, we're just too slow. When it comes to development, too slow. Everything was too slow. And our brothers and sisters from Kenya, they're always laughing at us, right? Like John Matenge, he can confirm that. But you know, when Magufuli came, he was
true.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I appreciate John Matenge. John Matenge, you're gonna need to turn off your YouTube. You need to turn your YouTube. So that
I really don't mind, because the West can say whatever they feel like, but I'm proud to be an African. And the issue in Ethiopia, I think the Western media is kind of they're displaying hypocrisy in reporting the issue in Ethiopia. I've read the history of Ethiopia for many years, and I can say the people in Ethiopia are great. By the way, Kenya and Ethiopia have shared great prosperity from the founding fathers like Jomo Kenyatta, Haile Selassie, may God rest their souls in eternal peace. We've made great strides in athletics. I can say that Ethiopians stay strong. Mkwe muamini kila kitu ambayo mnayofanya. Mungu God is with you. I know that Abiy Ahmed is a great guy. I see Abiy Ahmed as like Menelik II. This like the Battle of Adwa. He will reach. I mean, TPLF, they are terrorist organizers. I've talked to many people and I've told guys that when you look at what is happening in the world, especially in West Africa, because the French have been like killing African leaders and France is not being held accountable. Look, they killed Sankara, they killed Olympia of Togo, they killed Marwan Ngwabi of Congo, and France is not being held accountable. I think what Nyerere said, that if Africa unites and if we stand with our own democratic rights, we should hold accountable our leaders to account for what they've done. Because I'm Kenyan, yes. People can say all the negative about our country. Yes, I'm not denying that there's no corruption in Kenya. There is. But don't come and say that, oh, you can't go to Kenya because the Al-Shabaab are killing people. We are not being killed by the Al-Shabaab. Even the good news about the Kenya Defense Forces is that they have like halted the operation of Al-Shabaab, and we thank our president, Uhuru Kenyatta. I salute him, even though he has been misadvised in local politics. But when it comes to Africa, I've stayed strong with him. And also, I feel sorry for the Tanzanians. I mean, this year wasn't a great year. JPM went to the Lord, but we pray for him. And he was a great leader. He inspired me, by the way. I normally tell people that when I make decisions, I make decisions like Magufuli's time, the Magulification of Africa, like Pielo Lumumba once.
Exactly. Yeah.
Magufuli was hard to say about Magufuli, because When he died, I was so shocked. I didn't know what I could say because I've studied with two Tanzanians. I studied with one in primary, the other one I've studied with in college. And when I heard that Magufuli passed on the 17th, I didn't know how to break the news to my friend Samira because it was so shocking for me because I didn't expect Magufuli to die soon. I expected him to finish his term, to retire, even to appreciate his work. Even I wanted even one day to come to Tanzania. I prayed God that COVID to be over. I go to Tanzania maybe to meet with the Tanzanians. I know Tanzanians are very
Oh man, that's very
unlike here
important.
in Kenya, whereby
Oh man, that's very important.
unlike here in
Can
Kenya,
you
we define
can you
by tribes, but in Tanzania you identify like ndugu, umoja, mshikamano, all those values that you are taught by your founding father, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Yeah.
Wow, John
Wow,
Matenge, you're an amazing guy, and thank you so much for your voice. I think after hearing this from you, I think we're gonna need to have a session to come here to talk about Magufuli and his legacy and what he did, because everything that he was doing, he was always standing for Africa. And what I was wanting to say is that when you find leaders like this, you have to stand behind them, and that's why you see me supporting what's going on in Ethiopia and what the prime minister is doing there, because these leaders are very few to find in Africa, and they are not perfect. They have their own weaknesses because they're human being. But when you see someone standing for Africa to defend, you have to stand behind them, because we don't have a lot of people like that. And what I was saying, that when he was coming, the system, it was corrupted. Like nobody had hope for Tanzania. Nobody had that. Maybe a few leaders they had that, but normal citizen, like common mwananchi, we never had hope. Like we're like, okay, this is done. But that guy, he was the only guy that stood against the whole system. Imagine just one guy changed the entire system of the country. Like just one guy. Starting from, you don't care that you are a leader or you used to be a leader or you're common. For him, he was just him and common mwananchi. Like mwananchi is like citizen, common mwananchi. And he called himself the president of Wanyonge, like the president of those poor people, those people who are being disregarded by other people, by the government. And he was there to serve his people. So he changed system just within 5 years, changed everything. And Tanzania was going like this. Even our brothers and sisters from Kenya, they were like, oh my goodness, we want this guy to be our president. But they were kind of like this, right? And that's what he did. So that legacy, I think that spirit is in us. Like me personally, I was a big fan of what he was doing. And that spirit is in me. And that spirit is in so many people. Like Patrick, Professor Rumumbaya, he was always, speaking about, his movement and what he stands for, right? And so we're not going to let that go on the ground, with him. We're going to carry that with us. And at the same time, we're going to protect leaders who are standing for that, who are still alive today. We're going to stand with them, and they're going to make sure that this continent, man, is not going to be the same. And we can change that. We have that power. Look at how young people are joining, effort right now to make a change, to make a difference in this continent. And that's what we want to see. Yes. Anyone wants to jump in? Please go ahead. Feel free.
I'm here.
I'm here. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That person can start.
Can I say anything?
Yeah, yes, Caleb.
I need my Eritrean sister to just respond for everything. It's my first time to get an Eritrean on YouTube, because I get them everywhere in Ethiopia, because you guys are everywhere and we love you. Do you know that we love you this much? Like Eritreans, you are doing a lot. You are supporting us at a time of need, and you guys are doing a lot. And I want to know, what do you feel about Ethiopia? What do you feel about? We were one country at a time, and now we are separated. What do you feel about your Ethiopia? Like, when we think about Eritreans, we Ethiopians think that these peoples are just peoples out of Ethiopia that are Ethiopians. Like we just think like that. Like we just think that we are one people in two countries. We just think like that. Do you guys think like us? I want to know that. I like as an Ethiopian, we love Eritreans. So I want to hear the love from her mouth. That's the thing that I want to expect. I want to hear.
Yeah, sure. So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay. So I'm a proud Eritrean. I'm sure you're a proud Ethiopian. But at the end of the day, even though we have our own, borders and I guess our own country, at the end of the day, if you look at history, we are one people. You know what I mean? So even as a whole of Africa, there were no borders. So the Berlin Conference divided all these African countries, and then they took a piece of the pie for all these European countries. They took it for themselves, right? So I love my Ethiopian brothers and sisters. I want them to flourish. I want them to do good. I want them to, I support the dam that they're trying to complete, right? And so you have to understand, like a lot of Habesha people, a lot of our people, sometimes, I hate to say this, but we don't do a lot of reading, unfortunately. We don't know the history. Sometimes when you see all these maybe different YouTubers, whether they're from Tigray or Eritrea-Ethiopia, whatever, they have their own agenda. They're discussing different things, but they're not looking holistically as us as a people growing, helping each other. You know what I mean? So it's not a competition, to say, Eritrea is one, or Ethiopia or Tigray. Eritrean and Tigray, we speak the same language, different dialect, maybe the accent, but we had in Zarab and Zarab, so we speak one language, we have the same, we eat the same injera food, like we eat the same thing, our culture, our dresses, it's the same thing. So you have to understand, like, these people that are in power, for them to succeed in their evil agenda, they have to divide us. They have to make us hate each other, right? So I think that the time for that has to change, So this TPLF, for example, they are a terrorist group. They're not doing good things for Tigray. Like, you know what I mean? They're not doing a good thing for Ethiopia. They're not doing a good thing for Eritrea. So it's really, we have to wake up and see. And so when America chooses somebody or some group to do their dirty work, it's because it's for their own interest. They don't want to see Ethiopia develop. If Ethiopia doesn't develop, then so how is Egypt allowed to have electricity, good roads, the hydro plant? How are they allowed to develop all these Arab countries? If you notice, more in the north side, they're more developed, and not the black nations. We got to think a little bit deeper. You see, like what's going on in the world, and they keep us down for a purpose. We're the original people. So we have to wake up and look at things that bring us together than divide us. And it's okay to say, I'm proud to be black, I'm proud to be African. We need to stand and say that. You know what I mean? So and then, like, you have the Arabs also. There's so many issues, right? So do they have the same interests as us? Does Egypt have the same interests as Ethiopia? Why isn't Egypt supporting Ethiopia? You see, they did at the beginning. So, like, you have to understand, the America, the Israel, they work hand in hand. They don't want us to grow as a people. They don't want us to, because if we grow, if African nations come together and we grow together, it's over for them. It's over for them. You see, like if Dr. Magufuli, could change Tanzania and make it into a middle economy within 5 years.
Exactly.
And he didn't come from a rich family. He came from a poor family. He was also a doctor. He was a chemist.
Yes.
So when he was fighting against for like COVID, situation, like I believe every word he said.
Yes.
Like I was gonna actually move to Tanzania because of him. And I'm still
Wow.
going to, and I'm still going to, because the thing is, if he can stay, if he was, he grew in Africa, he was raised, he was born and raised in Tanzania, and he never left. He was doing for his people, and look what change he's done by taking away the corruption. Yeah, not everybody was happy because via corruption they were getting rich, right? But we have to tighten the belt and work together. That's why I say all the diaspora outside, we need to come together. Actually, take your savings and go back to Africa and build. I mean, you can still have something in the West, but the West is not what people think it is. I've lived here over 20 years myself, so I do a lot of readings. I see what's going on. I see the brainwashing. I see what's happening with our kids here. So many things that we think, okay, it's a nice road. It's the government is civil. Not really. Behind closed doors, they're more evil than African leaders. They just smile at you while they're doing their things. So this friction between Ethiopia, Eritrea, like I don't see that anymore, to be honest with you. I think we're one people and we should support each other. We should work together. I want Ethiopia to develop. I want my country, Eritrea, to develop, and we should help each other. We should not compete. We should work together. Even West Africa, same thing. Support our West African brothers that are being, slaves for France. Anybody that speaks ill of another African country or another African person, we should call them out. We should call them out, and we should stick together. And if there's nothing wrong for us to be pride, to show pride of our own and our own development.
Yeah. We're saying that my sister. I wanna. Sorry. You saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're saying that my sister. I wanna share something. You say something very important that I wanna share this video I shared in the channel the other day. Let's take a look a little bit.
You need each other, and you need to support each other. And as I always say, you are not competitors. And I think the big mistake we have made is by making each other competitors. We are not competing. We have yet to satisfy our respective markets. Our problem is that we are not working closer together to meet the demands that our people have. And as I was telling another gathering, these borders, and I also mentioned to my brother, these borders that you create silos for yourselves amongst, you must always remember, are not your creation. These were creations of people outside of this continent who made these borders not to develop you, but to extract from you. Now that you want to develop yourself, we must start looking at these borders, and we must start removing the barriers that we have put, that have defined us in the past, and now hinder us from being the giant that we should be. I was telling my brother this morning the ridiculousness of our borders. That we in Kenya have a border demarcated with, on one side with Tanzania, where the people who live on the border are the Maasai community. They were a nation once upon a time. Now today, they are Kenyans, they are Tanzanians, and yet they are relatives, but they live on two sides of a border. This is not proper. I was telling him of another example. To our west, Lake Victoria, where again another boundary was drawn between Kenya and Uganda. And where at one particular moment in time, between 2005 and 2007, we had two brothers, same father, same mother. Those who come from polygamous families know what I'm talking about. But this particular one, the same father, same mother. But because their land was stretched across between Kenya and Uganda, one brother inherited land on the Ugandan side, the other brother inherited land on the Kenyan side. And between 2005 and 2007, we had one brother as the vice president of Kenya and the other brother as the minister in charge of the presidency in Uganda. Now, I don't know whether you can find a much more ridiculous situation to explain the kind of position some of us find ourselves in. So these borders were not made for us. If we are going to become manufacturing giants, we need to do away with these borders. We need to see the African market as one. We need to be able to develop giants like Airbus that makes components in the United Kingdom, that makes components in France and in other parts of Europe, but has become a global conglomerate. They didn't come together because they loved each other. We all know how they hate each other, we know, yeah? But they've come together to survive. Africa must come together for us to survive. Survive and indeed prosper. I wish you all the very best. I am very excited that my brother has pushed this agenda of Kenya Airways and South African Airlines, and I am very hopeful that in the very near future, I shall be one of the first customers on a Pan-African flight that is owned by Africa and run by Africans.
Come on, somebody. Come on, somebody. You know, I said it before, man. I have so much respect for this man right now, and it's simply because of how he's not afraid to step out there and to show his support to Africa, like what he did with, when he went to Ethiopia recently, and like publicly standing with Ethiopia. And after that he went to South Africa and they had this meeting. I found his speech, and man, I was listening to this speech. I was like, come on, man, Africa, we have leaders, all right? We have leaders, and we might be complaining a lot of time, but we do have leaders, and people like this, we need to celebrate them and we need to appreciate them. It's good to see Pastor Ezra, and it's good to see my brother John from Nigeria. We have Nigerian in the house here, and South African in the house here, and South African. We have Nigerian, South African, Kenyan, Eritrean, Caribbean, and Ethiopia. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 different countries right here. That's 8 different countries right here.
Mika, can I contribute, because I'm going to bed right now and I'll be waking up tomorrow. Because I want to be a journalist. Okay, Kenyan time here.
What time is your time?
Okay, I'm in Kenya right now. It's at night, so it's 10 or 6 p.m.
Man,
I'm in Tanzania, man. It's the same time. I'm in Tanzania, man. It's the same time.
Same time zone. Okay, I want to contribute because my passion is to be journalist. My passion is to be a journalist, to talk about Africa, not to be like a puppet for the West, telling them about how bad Africa is. I want to talk about how Africa is a good continent. I want to tell stories about Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. I want to tell stories about Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso, Buhari. I mean Nigeria's story. I know Nigerians, they may not have a good history in the past because they have been ruled by military leaders, but they boast one of the greatest economies in Africa and also in the world. So because I'm coming to conclude on this issue of Ethiopia, I think Africans are now waking up. I mean, we were asleep. We were asleep for a very long time. I wondered who will open our eyes. Is it Kwame Nkrumah? He's gone. Was it Samora Machel? He's gone. But Magufuli, I think he's the one that has opened our eyes. And my colleagues have said that Magufuli is like this leader that was like alikuwa anaona mbele. And when he talked about the issue of vaccination, I agreed with him, whereby he said that don't think that these vaccines which are being brought by the Western world, they are helping you. I can quote what he said in Swahili. He said that msifikiri kwamba wazungu wanawapenda. Kama wangekuwa na chanjo ya ukimwi kama wangekuwa na chanjo ya TB, wangekuwa wametupatia. Lakini mbona hakujawahi kuwa na chanjo? Kwa sababu wanafanya biashara. They are doing business. This is our lives, guys. Their plan of making us Africans to die, it will never happen, because God will not allow evil people to kill Africans. You can kill Africans, but not kill their spirit. That is unstoppable. Even one because even one journalist from the West, I can't remember his name, he said that if you look at the people in Africa, when they
Hello? This man, he was dropping some points here. Basically, the Swahili part he was talking about, he was saying that Magufuli, what he said during the the V, what he said that do you think that these people love you? They don't love you. If they had a vaccine for HIV and TB, they would have given to you a long time ago. But why they didn't give it to you? Because they're doing business. This is what exactly he said, to everybody, right? And you all know the story of when he came, and check it out. Today I saw article in New York Times, and it was released, couple days, not couple days ago, like I think couple months ago. I didn't know that, Johnson & Johnson, it was stopped because of the side effect of people, dying, right? They found like 8 different women in the, United States died, and then they decided to stop it. But that's the same V, it was sent to Africa. He came here to Tanzania, and after Magufuli was gone, and people, they started to use it, and it was stopped later. So whatever side effect that it's going to happen, that means I don't know. Like I really don't know what's going on, but I think it's really the time to to stand for ourselves. But before I allow you guys to come in, my brother Ezra, my co-host is right here. But before I come to you, I have a question for my sister here. So my question is this, from Eritrea. So Senuti, like I know I have a question specifically just for Eritrea, because I'm talking to a couple of friends from that place, and I know there are people who they think that the leadership right there is dictatorship, and there are a group of people who they support the leadership. And I know that there's a like a lot of people are actually leaving country, and they go to live away. Like there's a lot of people in Canada, German, and different places around the world, even US as well. What do you think is the solution for for Eritrea?
That's a heavy question. So the thing is, like with Isaias Afwerki, right? Yeah, he's a dictator, but there's a lot of things that also he's doing. Like I'm not for him. If he's going to be against the West, then he should let the young people actually develop and do business and develop the country. There's a lot of wealthy Eritreans. There's a lot of Eritreans even in Uganda and other parts of Africa that are doing really well doing businesses. So they would love to bring it to Eritrea. I would love to go to Eritrea myself and develop my country as well, right? But if I go there, like the thing is, like I think the government is financially crippled. So to maintain their power, you know, basically like anybody that does business there, they're controlling everybody. You don't have that freedom. So I mean, I'm not there, so it's hard for me to say, okay, the people need to stay. I think it's lack of togetherness. You know, like all these, you know, in Eritrea you have these people like that. You have different groups for the government, against the government, and they're not really doing their own homework. They're just talking. You know, they're not really doing real research, because what is that going to cause? We should all come together, in my opinion. And work together. You know, work as a people, or brainstorm to move forward. I think there should be a change of government, because the government had more than 30 years
let me help you answering that question. I'm Eritrean also, and also.
Yeah, he probably knows more. So I mean,
so
me,
I'll tell
I
you
know.
one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me give you a little bit of
Sure.
feedback. I'm down. I came in here in 1980, and when I spoke to, I was privileged really to attend one of Isaias Afwerki's meetings, and at that time was to put money together for the movement of independence. And my main question was, as a student, I told them flat out, and I said, listen, I know Eritrea is going to be independent. We're going to put the money. We don't have any problem. But I asked him one specific question. What does Eritrea needs at the time of independence? What kind of people, what do we need to study? I know we have all engineering, doctorate, whatever, you know, but is there any specific study? So first of all, he kind of brushed me off. Okay. And he said, well, you know, we gathered in here to put money together and everything. I said, no, this is a future. If it is a future for me and my fellow Eritreans, and if you have any glimpse of idea of what we need to study, that's what I'm asking. In fact, everybody else was kind of eager to get an answer. And he asked, I told him my first name, and he asked me for the last name. I'm just telling you just what happened. And he said, your last name. I said, I'm not going to give you my last name. Okay. But that's not a question. You addressed me as my first name, and that's how we're going to go forward. And he allowed me to speak like that. But at the same time, he said, you know what? Eritreans, by nature, they're very creative on what it comes to needs of their country. So whatever that you have in mind, please pursue it, because we need y'all. That showed really, I'm going to go with the plan now, but at the same time, whatever you want to plan, please go forward with that, because the sky's the limit. After that, the independence, okay, what Isaias did was, he said, in order to regroup the people, because he was very aware about TPLF moves, okay, he knows them inside out. And the first thing that he did was to create SAWA, which is the military service. And this SAWA, it does happen in Israel to protect themselves, because there are only 4,000 of them. And anytime Ethiopia want to invade, you have no soldiers. Okay, so he started building his military base and make sure that they serve. There'll be 6 months in the military training, but they got 10 months that you go out there in the rural end, help out, build road, bridges. A lot of things were destroyed. So at the same time that he was doing this growth, and at the same time, he said a word where the Western country didn't like. He said every African nation should be self-sustaining. That really triggered a whole lot of waves, and now they start focusing on him. Because Clinton was very proud to say, we got 2 lions born in the Horn of Africa. That was at that time Meles and Isaias Afwerki. So they brought him all the way up. And Isaias don't want to suck to the West. He said, no, will be sustaining, and you have Mallas that's really sucking with them and trying to make this movement. So Isaias never had a break, because in 1998, 92 referendum, 93, 98, here he is after 5 years, he predicted it. And guess who defended it? If he didn't have those youngs, of Eritrean young, trained, who would have been defending the country? Nobody. So we got this melancholy of understanding our hero Isaias, because Isaias is the hero right now of what's going on that horn of Africa. He is the one that predicted the move of TPLF. At one point, they asked him, for Kali, I'm going to answer you that question that you said, whether Eritrean like Ethiopians or not. But I'll tell you one thing. The movement of Eritrea after the colonization, after they abolished the colonization, Eritrean move was one Ethiopia or death. They wanted to be united with Ethiopia and have two different countries, two different states under one country. So that always been there. And Isaias went back and said, hey, listen, we don't hate Ethiopians. I got all these ports, all this business. I got 100, at that time, 90 million people in Ethiopia that he can do business with. He said, you must be crazy that Eritreans are going to hate Ethiopians. Even from, he said, from a sane aspect of business, people want to use the ports, okay? And TPLF wanted to get it by force, but they couldn't. But he said, listen, I'll allow you, even during those tense moments, he said, I'll allow you to use the ports. So the Isaias issue, he proved it over and over that TPLF is going to keep pushing, invading his country, because of the main issue is about Assad, okay? And Mallas said, I'd rather see Eritrea starve rather than seeing business with them. So the TPLF keep making sure that Isaias is the villain. Isaias is the dictator. Isaias is this. I mean, they put so many names to him, but he was very straightforward. And he proved it right now, that if Eritrea was not where she is right now, with all 27 years of sanction after sanction after sanction, and God, Xavier is very good to Eritreans. They found gold, potash, and all that, and they try to work with what they have, even though he got all the sanction going. So when it comes to Isaias, I think Isaias himself, one thing that he told us in the 80, close actually to in the 90s, is that they asked him, after this war is over, what do you want to do? He said, I want to see my free country, and being able to sit down under a tree and catch up on all the books that I was not able to read. That was his word. But as things getting changed, when the dynamic of the field start changing, he got stuck as being the true leader, because he didn't allow the West to come in, embezzle, and abuse Eritrea. He said no to UN. He said no to US. He said no to the West. And if you really want to come in, do business, he want to make sure the Eritrean people are involved. He doesn't let the NGO walking all over the place and plant different seed to the people. And if he doesn't protect it, Eritrea would have been sold for $2 billion. For $2 billion, you can own the whole Eritrea. Okay, so he didn't allow that. So we got a hero that has been mentioned. And in fact, when he came to Ethiopia and he did the first tour after the peace, you saw how people reacted. They called him the Lion of Africa. He was so emotionally moved that he got out from the car in Jimma, and security has to put him back in. They're like telling him, this is not Eritrea where he's safe. You'll see Isaias walking in the bars and cafes and talking to his people and nothing happened to him. Abiy went there and he was driving the Corolla, Isaias Corolla, and in fact he was the first official that went to Sawa and visited Sawa. So when it comes to Isaias, please, I think we got a war to finish, and if there's any question that comes after that, and we got this peace established where the tension comes down. But again, this civil services of Eritreans are in the country, just like any other country, like Israel. Israel still recruits. You still have your mandatory service that you have to do for your country. So it's nothing new. And in fact, I encourage every African nation to really encourage the military service or civilian services, like going in the education part, go and educate the illiterate. There are people that cannot read and write. They don't even know how to write their own language. So there's a lot of positive things that's going to come in the future. And in fact, there's few details that's coming in on him being what so-called the West calls him dictator or whatever, but he proved his point today. He proved what happened on the ground in Ethiopia and Eritrea right now. So I think the future will tell, and from different sources I know he's establishing a younger people to really take his footstep and protect and love the people, because it's one Eritrea, there's no other. You are Eritrean and that's it. And he's the one that really had that movement to identify by your country. You're Eritrean, then you are from Hamaseni, you are from Bilen, you are from Karen, whatever. And in Ethiopia, that's the same movement that needs to be done. You're not Oromo, you're not Amara, you're not this, you are Ethiopian. When you start believing as being Ethiopian, you start being one. We got different culture, different ethnic groups, different ways of doing things. But if we respect each other's languages and start learning our own cultures and different ethnicity and put togetherness under one Ethiopia and one Eritrea, that Horn of Africa is going to be influencing and changing the way Africa does business.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Can I add to that, if you don't mind?
Yes, please.
So like I hear everything you're saying. Sorry, what was your name? The gentleman that was speaking, Ezra?
Ephraim.
Ephraim, right?
Biggie.
Sorry. Ephraim?
Yes,
Okay,
Ephraim.
okay, Ephraim. Okay, so my full name is Sanait. Short son, but my name is Sanait. Okay. So I just have a question for you, since I think you have a lot more knowledge. What's with Eritrea, right? But so why, like I support, or I guess encourage that Isaias is not going along with the West, right? But why is he against his own people? Like, why the youth, right? Like, a lot of youth are leaving. There's no jobs. He closed down the university, right? So how does he expect the youth to develop, or our country to develop? Because there's a lot of things that he's doing which is good, right? Like saying, even the names of Ethiopia, it's not really, it's not named by Ethiopians. It was named by Greeks, right? Eritrea is not an African name. This also was named by white people, you see? So a lot of these names that were given is not even our names, like given, it's not an African name, you see? So he believes in the, African roots, doing things our way, right? But at the same time, because we gotta also be honest and be truthful, like that he's also doing a lot of damage to the young people. We're not getting, like, there's a lot of us that would want to go back to invest or do things in our country, and all these young people are just leaving. They're leaving as young as 12, 9 years old, are leaving through the border, through Tigray, to Sudan, to Libya. So many people dying en route, right? So is it because he wants to stay in control? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? So there's good things happening, but I think things need to change as well with what's going on now. We cannot continue, because you need fresh ideas, maybe young ideas. So this is the problem with, like, dictators or like presidents stay in power for so long. Like, you know what I mean? So they're not. He's not developing Eritrea. He's not doing anything good for us, for the people. As an example, right? Eritreans are surviving because outside family members are sending them money. You know what I mean? Let's be honest, right? So you got to look at both sides. He's doing good things. Yeah, he's against the West. He's not doing what the West is telling them, which is good. I love that because I'm not for that. But at the same time, why doesn't he allow us to create opportunities for our own people? Why is he like being a dictator basically? And nothing's changing in the country. Anybody that wants to do change or develop, their hands are cut off or they're jailed, right? So what do you say to that?
Well, very easy. I can answer this question in a couple words. If it was not, if it was not,
so what do you say to that?
That's what I'm trying to explain.
I can answer.
If you're really looking at it from the youth being displaced, leaving the country and everything else, if the Eritrean government didn't put this SAWA in place, do you know TPLF would have walked in and take over the whole Eritrea? And then we're going to have another 30 years of war?
I'm with
That's
you on
the
that
key.
part. Yeah, I'm with you on
That's
that.
the key.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
the key. You have to understand somebody has to make a hard decision for the people. Isaias wants people to develop. Isaias wants people to excel in their. There's a lot of people that are back in Eritrea, millionaires that went back and still do business within the government. There's certain things that need to be changed. There's, of course, you cannot call it flawless, but at the same time, at the time of need, he's the only one that stood his ground. 27 years of sanction after sanction. People, if you're sanctioned, that means you don't have any income. So we Eritrean on the outside are the one that's been sending money. We used to put 2% of our salary in order to support our people, to support the idea of freedom. And if there was not that hardcore where you stop, I mean, everybody can go and say, well, I don't like the way Isaias is doing it, and I don't like this. And guess what? It's going to be open for everything else. And especially when it comes to national security, believe me, TPLF would love to walk in and take over and take Isaias out. But Isaias made sure Eritreans are trained to defend the country. 30 years of war, another 27 years of sanction. You're going to call him dictator and what he's doing and what he's proven? Some people see the future, and he saw the future. And look at what's happening right now between TPLF and what they're trying to do. Not only they want to topple Isaias, they want to topple Abiy. So he predicted their moves, and he stayed hardcore. Yes, the youth cannot develop any further. Yes, the youth was there to really is enforced to defend your country. He said it in words. He told them, and in fact, some of them said, if you want to leave, you can leave. If you don't believe in what's coming to you. This is before the war, 1998. Okay, when the war hit, then it proved himself that he need to stick to SAWA and train the youth how to defend themselves. So it's a melancholy from what he has in his hand, what is available for him. 30 years of war, 27 years sanction. And Eritrea is still surviving. And now Eritreans are coming for their Ethiopian brothers. They came in passion, making sure they end TPLF. That was the main enemy of that region.
Can I step in? Nika,
Yes, please.
just quickly, I want to step in a little bit because me, I was in the background, and So after I step out, you can do the introduction to Sanait. Sanait, let's really interrogate where your assertion come from, and then the basis on which you make the assertions, and then it comes down to the very thing that you were pointing out, which is even the name Eritrea is not African, but we're still keeping it. But that's what we are doing. Like you are interrogating even some long-held assertions. That's the thing that we want. At the same time, you also have to interrogate where your sense of understanding of how Eritrea has been governed over the past 30 years, your understanding of it, the information you have, the knowledge you have, the perspective that you have, in addition to your personal experience and the experience of the many lived experiences, many of the people, the young people that you saw having to suffer through the consequence of decisions that have been made. But when you interrogate your perception of dictatorship itself, it comes to the very same thing of the European application, the Western media and global, these global hegemons that want you to see Eritrea and the leadership in a certain way as well. So that doesn't dismiss failures and weaknesses and the poverty of good judgment on our leaders. That doesn't dismiss that, but it would discounts. You have to discount the element of your perspective that is informed by flawed information. Yeah, so there's an aspect of your interrogation that has to happen where you have to discount the part where that perspective that you have is partially informed by somebody else who wants you to see something in Eritrea in a certain way. So once you have discounted that, what you're left with the point where did Eritrea make the right decisions on a number of things? Did the leadership make the right decision on a number of things? If I were in a position, what would I have made? Would I have made the choice I made? And then you start to see, okay, there's an extent to which Isaias had to make that decision, that path. But there's an extent to which he could have bolstered that with another innovative approach that is also internally Eritrean. So self-reliance in addition to some kind of dynamic, use engagement kind of thing. But that is a factor of hindsight is 2020. So in hindsight, we look at, Eritrea could have done this. But we are not in hindsight state. We are in the moment of 2021. And then you realize in 2021, between 2018 and 2021, all the indications of Eritrea's, the way Eritrea will be verified were hugely false. Like Eritrea was never interested in peace with Eritrea. It took 3 months for that notion to crumble to pieces. And then a few weeks ago, you saw Eritrea now joining the Belt and Road Initiative. It's the 50th country in Africa to join. It's the last African country that recognizes China that has not joined the Belt and Road Initiative. That gives you an indication that they've always wanted something like that a Belt and Road Initiative that connects the port of Assab, not just to Addis Ababa, to Lamu, Kenya. The grand design has been played out. The only stumbling block, the only bottleneck is the TPLF issue. That's the only bottleneck that they are clearing right now. Once that bottleneck is cleared, you will see an economy, a Horn of Africa economy that is the size that anybody has never imagined. So I want us to really interrogate a lot of the assertions and notions, discount the part that has been informed by Western media, discount that part, and then focus on the part, but not to extricate bad decisions, bad leadership on our part, but to really interrogate it in a way that is reasonable, that is helpful to us, and that informs our actions, our decisions as individuals, as communities, and as societies, and as a continent. That is where the game is being played in Africa right now. Like African leaders are interrogating these issues, and they are making decisions, and they're making calls. And then the actions that you see gives you an indication that there's something there that's much bigger at play right now. And they are doing it in a way that is very careful for people not to see it clearly, but for keen eye, they will see it. Anyways, you get my point, right? So tonight, hopefully I've given you a broad kind of sense of what is at play here. And I hope you go back and thinking and reevaluate and reinterrogate some of your assertions and notions, and then reconstruct a new kind of notions that's informed by a better understanding of what's going on. Thank you guys. I'm gonna step out and then stay on the other side, Mika. Okay.
Appreciate Professor. Senuti, I want to give you a few minutes before, maybe 1 minute before I give a chance to John. I want to be able to move from this topic to go on with other people. Senuti, you want to respond a bit?
Yeah,
or?
Sure.
All right. And sorry, before you do that, please comment section. As I said here on the screen, let's judge each other by our Africanness. It doesn't build. Makanaki, it doesn't build. The comments you are pointing out there, and this is what causing us to continue to fight every single day, because we judge each other based on nothing. All right. So this is not how we work. As an African, that's why we're having this conversation, to talk to one another. And if we don't agree, we can agree to disagree. We don't have to agree in everything. We have different perspectives. I'm not trying to force everybody to believe what I believe. We're not trying to do that. The only one thing that we need is one Africa, a united Africa. But we can have different opinions, different ideas, and that is fine. That is okay. We don't need to start accusing each other and pointing fingers at each other. So I'm giving you this a time of grace that, what you're doing is not good, and know that someone is reading and someone might not feel good for what you're writing. Let's be careful with that. All right, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mika. So I am a proud Eritrean. I know in the comments people are some people are saying, "Oh, she's a Tigrayan." No. Me, honestly, you can't really get to me by saying that. It's okay. Even Tigrayan, they speak the same language as us. Again, we are the same people, whether you guys like it or not. We are the same people. Ethiopians, Eritreans, Tigrayans. We are the same people. So don't stop, using tribalism to divide us, because that's how other nations want us to be like. So that way we're continuing to be divided. But each individual, us, we're proud where we were raised, whether you're from Asmara or you're from Addis Ababa or whatever, or Mekele, whatever, right? So, of course, that's where we grew up. That's where our neighbors, our roots is from. So we're proud of it. I'm a very proud Eritrean, and no one can take that away from me, right? That being said, I'm always open to being educated. I'm always open to learn more, right? So I do agree with a lot of things that Isaias was doing from the get-go. Even me, like my dad, my father, he was not Shabia, before Shabia, I forgot the name of it, but he was part of the war, this is before I was born, right? So I've never heard my father tell us that, your Bilen or your Tigrinya, like the different tribes that we have in Eritrea, there's 9 tribes, right? So growing up, I've never heard that. All I know is that I was Eritrean. That's how my dad raised me. I'm Eritrean. We didn't know there was so many different languages. We knew the different tribes, but we were all proud. It was never like one tribe in Eritrea is better than the other tribe. You see, I wasn't raised like that. So, and what I'm saying to you is, with the Isaias Afwerki situation, he keeping away from the West and doing the way he does, that's not the only solution. What I'm saying, he can still be pro-Eritrean, pro-Africa, and pro everything in our own interests. But I think what he's doing to the young people, because the young people are the future of Eritrea. We are the future of Africa. So if he's suppressing the people and we're not able to speak how we feel, and you guys are being offended because of my comments, that doesn't help us grow, right? So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that I know everything. I don't. There's a lot to learn, but all I believe in is coming together and thinking with a common goal to move forward, right? So with the fact that Isaias and Abby, that we had that 20-year gap that they speak to each other or whatever, and they were able to make peace. That says it a lot. Like I said, we have families in Ethiopia. Some people have families in Eritrea, vice versa. So it's like dividing. It's dividing like Kenyans and Tanzanians, because on the border they're the same people as well. Like they're the same people. They speak the same language, right? So I'm open to learn, but at the same time, let's be open-minded as well, for us to grow as a people. Like, Isaias Afwerki is not perfect. He can do a lot better. That's all I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So of course we're all for our own country. We want Africa as a whole to work together, work with each other, do business with each other, right? And having our own interest plus our neighbors' interest, because remember this, we're all one nation. Like, when you leave Africa, when you're in the West, when another like whether it's Asians or Europeans, when they look at you, you're black. They don't look at you, oh, you're Eritrean, you're Ethiopians, or you're Ghanaian, or we're all black. So what I'm saying to you is we need to stick together, help each other, grow forward. And because I make a comment that you don't like, it doesn't mean that I'm a different tribe. I'm an open-minded person, and I think forward. I think togetherness, right? So, but I am here to learn too. I'm here to learn different things from everybody, things I didn't know. So we're all here to do that. And just remember that we, as an African, we have to think forward and togetherness and solutions to help each other move forward.
Yes. Yes, I appreciate it, Timothy. Appreciate so much for your voice.
One more thing that I want to say.
Can you make it short,
to
Biggie?
conclude that? Very short.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, I'm going to go back to what Clinton said at the time when the Eritrean and Ethiopians stood together and put their soldiers back to the field for peacekeeping in Rwanda. Okay, right now we have a great synergy that was stolen from us. Okay, a synergy between Eritrea and Ethiopia right now. This synergy is not just about the two countries, it's for the whole Africa. And believe me, if there's peace, right now they're teaming up, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia. They're teaming up to have a common, like just a little NATO, having a common military that's going to be helping each other. So Eritrea is not going to worry about that anymore. It's going to move forward. Right now, what we're going to have to fight is not to break this synergy, this big vision that's been installed for us, and we're looking at it. Look at us fighting for no more. Look at us going together as Eritrean Ethiopians, and we got to get out, like you said, from this the tribal things. It's not a tribe. These are countries. Okay, I'm looking at some comment that's coming in. It's like, no, we're not talking about tribal. We want to talk about Ethiopia. Ethiopia is an African country. Eritrea is an African country, but together they're making this movement happen. So let's move with this synergy that we have, no more, and that glue us together and fight for the right cause. No more. And that is the most influential, pas plus, as they say in French. We have other things that we're going to need to fight for, but this synergy, let's keep it high. Let's keep it strong.
Yeah. Appreciate Brother Biggie. Before I allow John to come in, I want to shout out to Des Poi. Guys, this is the first person from Botswana to join today. So come on, let's take a moment to welcome our brothers and sisters from Botswana. I know you're
welcome.
But please bring more Botswanese here, all right, in the family, because the same thing started with Kenya. We were just having like one person, but now we have a bunch of Kenyans here in the channel. So Botswana, we love you. Please bring more Botswanese, and also you can join the conversation here by going through the link. Appreciate it. And Senator, I appreciate you. I appreciate your voice. It's good to be different, and those are kind of perspective that we need, in our continent. We don't need to think the same. We don't need to believe the same, but we wanna build our continent with different perspectives that we have. So shout out to you, my brother John from Nigeria. Man, it's your time, man. You waited for a long time. You're gonna be next, and then Jonathan, you're gonna be next as well.
Yeah, thank you, Micah. Thank you so much, my brother from another mother. Thank you so much for having
Yes.
me. All right, I want to quickly commend everyone that have spoken. You all spoke very well. I want to quickly say this: whenever I see a female Pan African, they are always on fire. So thank you so much, everyone. Quickly, Micah, you're laughing.
I agree with
Oh,
you.
all right, thank you. Um, Black is beautiful. First of all, I want to, branch up from what everyone has said, and I want to just put them into two places. The lady spoke about, uh, the Eritrean president being a dictator. You see, I want to tell you something. I'm going to speak on that aspect briefly, and I'm going to just round up everything. So things can be a little bit much faster. One of the reasons why Africa, see, let me tell you, the truth is the colonial masters destroyed Africa. Whether you agree or not, whether you don't agree, that is the truth. That is the standing. And I'll tell you why. Number one, the system of leadership that was handed to Africa is very, it will take time for us to adapt. For example, democracy. It sounds like a good thing. It's a good thing, but it can be rigged. It can be manipulated. That's the problem. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, but Africa must define its own kind of democracy. That's the problem we're having in Nigeria, when the center man has too much of power. And he's like, now, for example, in Nigeria, we have about 250 ethnic groups. And these ethnic groups, there are different things that binds us. For example, I'm Igbo. In the southeast, we are enterprising. The north, like the nomads, they are mainly farmers and religious. Then the southwest, the Yorubas, they are quite different in nature. So when you now try to forcefully bring those people, and now bring somebody probably from another part of the region, there's possibility that that person is going to try to impose his own belief on everybody. So at that point in time, people begin to have problem. So we have to, like now in Nigeria, we are pursuing a constitutional change because Buhari, he was like an eye opener to Nigeria. So he has really misused power. Though I'm not saying he's a bad person, but he has really misused power a lot, and has it has awakened so many tribes in Nigeria. So Nigeria is not going to divide, but we are going to learn to improve. Number democracy is a big problem. What the West gave you, for example, I was watching China, Xi Jinping. He said democracy is a system imposed by the West to control how do I put it, to establish their presence in every part of the world. It's not a bad thing. But if you say that every serious country that wants to progress do not practice democracy, China, Russia, they all have a single man that they can trust, then they now build a very powerful principle. And I'm not saying that's going to work, but the problem is that most African leaders, they are trying to abuse this process. They don't really understand it. Now, which now moves me to the next point. Economics. The lady spoke about African being, how do I put it? The problem in Africa is that we don't really understand business. That's our problem in Africa. If we really understood how business works, look at, for example, China. I'm not trying to support them, but China has one law. It has one principle. It's trying to build a huge market all over the world. Like, for example, the Chinese will tell you, we will never interfere in your politics, we will never interfere in your decision making. All we want to do is, though they have their bad side, but if you look at the way these guys are thinking, if Africans can really adopt that way, and we begin to understand, we begin to restructure our economy. For example, I said it last time I came. I said the reason why Africa is poor is the West. Why? Because they need those raw materials as cheap as possible. They need to get those things as cheap as possible. So they will die so hard. For example, Congo, produces is the major, I think, the second producer of cobalt. Why can't they have a smartphone company in Congo? Look at the Niger, for example, they have uranium, but France has not built a nuclear power plant for them. So if you look at this, if you look at the way Africa is really running its economy, I think, we have to really sit down and ask ourselves questions. So quickly, by rounding up, I think we all have to come together. And one thing about Black people or Africans is that we don't know how to work collectively. That's our problem. We're not dull, we're not stupid. Africans are one of the most intelligent people in the world. And if you doubt me, look at software. We're doing very well. Look at Tanzania, look at Kenya. Look at South Africa. They're doing so well. But the idea of coming together collectively to work, not only by sharing ideas, but we could also begin to, for example, the diaspora, for example, we could build, we need a power plant. For example, in Eritrea, you have such a huge diaspora, you are the one at the point in time funding your country. The diaspora is key to every country development. It has worked with China. You could come together. Let's come together, the Eritrean diaspora. Let's come to Africa. Let's raise some funds. Let's build some power plant. Let's see how we can raise. I know it's not easy. These things are supposed to be for the government task. But the government, we keep on blaming the government, but the government cannot do it alone. We also have to offer the little thing that we can offer. And I thank Micah for this platform. We Africans, we have to reawaken ourselves. So like I said, Africa is waking up. What is happening right now in Africa also happened in Europe. They had World War I, they had World War II. At times when people are trying to grow, when people are trying to, I was reading the story of Louis Vuitton. Louis Vuitton started, I think he was 12 years old when he started his first business, but everything got destroyed in the World War with France. It happens when people are trying to, that's why the world powers are folding their hands and watching, because they know if they help Africa, that's why with the West, they don't trust anybody. When you see a white man, doesn't trust anybody. So they want Africa to go through that pain. And, by the time Africa eventually beat and survive this pain, it's going to be like Africa is going to come back to whip their butt, because it's going to happen. Even if we won't fight any war, but the difference will be very clear. So it's going to happen. There's going to be clashes. For example, Eritrea, 27 years in war, Nigeria, over 40 years of military regime. But right now, the world is becoming open. The world, things are changing. Right now, the power is leaving the government to the people. So it is time for Africa. I believe it's time for Africa. We should be positive. Definitely, things are, in fact, in my time, Africa is going to experience a radical change. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for what you're doing. And everyone here, I don't know, the Eritrea, I stand with you from Nigeria. I know that very soon, most of this problem that we're having is because, Africa is yet to get herself together. I wish my country, Nigeria, was where it's supposed to be. You believe that Nigeria borrowed money to Dubai? Nigeria lent about 20 years ago. The Emiratis came to Nigeria to ask for funds, part of their funds to develop their country. But right now, look at where we are. So these tiny African countries, Eritrea, the rest of them, these countries do not supposed to run to the West. If people like Ethiopia, like Tanzania, like Nigeria, like South Africa are doing so well, we can, the success can rub off on this country. But sadly, things aren't working that way. But I hope, very soon, things will begin to change, and it all begins with me and you. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I have a question for you, John. One more question.
Yeah, all right.
I want to know your voice, your opinion about the. I know ECOWAS is trying to make one currency.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, yes.
What is your opinion on that? What do you think is what's gonna change?
Yes, I think it is the best. In fact, I think if you look at Europe, the main idea of a single currency is that every country can, like, there won't be need for competition. Like, the way Ghana is competing with Nigeria, it enables people work together. For example, if you look at Europe, they have euros. So the euros has hidden the flaws of most European countries. Like I tell you, if you look at most of these European countries you see, they are failing. If you look at Luxembourg, and why are they failing? I'll tell you, they have very old population. You can't tell me that old people are developing a place. They have very old people in their country. Because this country, they are very old. You see old men even living with their youth are out. You know, it's true. Very old people, very old. Africa, you see, Africa has the highest population of young people, and they know this. We see old people. You see people that don't even know how to put it, that can't even stool on their own. People have to help them. And you tell me that those countries are doing well. If you take those countries, they have debts, huge debt, but you don't see it. Why? Because they are under a single currency. Their economy has been shielded. There's a reason why the US dollar is a global currency. The euros is a global currency. The pound is a global currency. These are the result of the Western conquest of Africa. These are the results. So for Africa to beat that, we have to come under one body, build a very strong trade. When I mean trade, like for example, manufacturing. We begin to manufacture. Then we can come together, then export. Then Nigeria is growing, Ghana is growing, Morocco is growing. We all have a single currency. Then if you have a single currency, it will be so hard to defeat such economy, because one country will lift the other. So that's my take on that, Micah. That's it.
Appreciate, brother. Appreciate.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
One little question: do you guys need visa to go through like the Western countries there?
No, in Western, no, it's visa free to Ghana. It's visa free. Right. When you need visa is I think Tanzania is visa free also, but I think you would for the first 90 days. Yes. South Africa too. I also intend visiting, because I visited Kenya. By next year, I want to come to Tanzania also. Probably we'll just hook up from there, Micah. Yeah.
That would be amazing. We'll do this together from here.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, definitely.
Welcome, brother.
Yeah. So traveling to in West Africa is visa free. You're Nigerian. You have Nigerian passport. You can move to Ghana. It's visa free. So that's just it. Yeah.
Okay. That's beautiful. All right. Jonathan, you're here. Jonathan, welcome. I know you've been waiting for a long time. Welcome, brother. How are you? Yes, Jonathan. Hello. I think you've been having trouble with connection because you've been coming and leave so many times. We can't hear you, Jonathan. All right, Jonathan. Maybe you can try to leave again and try. But I wanna welcome my brother, Pastor Ezra. Pastor Ezra, man, you have been here also for a long time. This is my co-host right here, Pastor Ezra. Are you there?
Yeah, His Excellency, I am here.
Man, I love you, and it's good to see you there. I'm sorry for keeping you a long time.
No. It's all good. It's all good. Always good to hear other voices and learning from others. And I think as Africans, we need to also listen more and do more in terms of acting. So I think if we all try to talk, we'll miss each other and we'll have an argument and disagreements, and but the more we listen to each other and then answer. I think somebody once said something about you've got 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth for a reason. So which means we need to first.
The wise man right here. He's not it. Yeah.
So it's always good seeing everyone and sharing their thoughts and stuff.
Definitely. Well, brother Ezra, I wanna give you a seat, man. For you to carry on. I love your voice, and I think your voice has so much wisdom, and there's so much kindness in your voice. I don't know if you get mad at your kids. Do you even punish your kids?
We need to also just teach them discipline. I think for kids, they think we are hard on them, but I think discipline is always a thing. I mean, I think you can't take discipline from any African home. So even if you grow up hard and you're thinking, I'll never treat my kids like this, but there are things that you still need to instill in kids to know that there's time to play, there's time to study, there's, you need to put programs in place. And unfortunately, no kid can run away from that. But yeah, that's as far as I'm trying from my side in terms of instilling discipline. And because discipline will take one far, because some of the things that you get taught as a young person, you only apply them as you grow and you realize, like, damn, I didn't realize how important this is for my life. And I think from my side, that's something that normally happens. I think I lost you there, Mika, for a sec.
Yes. It's all yours, my brother. God bless. God bless.
Yeah. I've been hearing a lot of points and stuff. What do I have to say? I think we can give Jonathan the platform, because I think he was supposed to speak just before me. Jonathan, are you there?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. Hello?
Yes, Jonathan. Yes,
Hello?
welcome, brother.
Okay, you can hear
The
me.
floor is
Okay.
yours. Mika wanted
Thank
to
you.
hear
Thank
what you
you.
have to say to us today.
Yeah, the network is a little bit bad, but I'll still continue my speech.
Please do.
Okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you for Mickey, for giving us this chance to discuss our ideas and share what we have each other for change. I would like to say thank you for Mika and all of you guys for coming here. And when I come back, I would just want to say about One Africa. When we say One Africa, it's not just about making all country come with one leader. I believe that would happen in the future, but now it's like being one in mind and heart. You feel me, bro? So
Yes. I think we lost
I think we
Jonathan there
lost
again.
him. Yeah. We lost him.
Yeah. Can we maybe go to Heavenly Emperor? Can
Hello there.
Hi, Heavenly Emperor. How are you, man?
Oh, I'm good. I'm back. I found something interesting when I thought of someone was talking about the Europeans and colonization. And when we actually look at how colonization started, people get a misrepresentation. The thing is, it is first individuals, businesses. They go out to Africa, try and seek wealth. When their wealth gets hurt, they ask their country, they tell them, we were badly hurt in Africa, come and save us. They go, they save them businesses. And now what we're seeing in Africa is the same thing, even in the Middle East. Saddam Hussein was a good friend of the Americans until he turned against them. So in Africa, it's not about democracy or dictatorship. I mean, these people are supporting people in Saudi Arabia whose only legitimacy is that they were born under someone else. The problem is that when you don't allow them to take your resources. So this is why we must not only blame the West, we must find the individuals' names, the businesses who profit from our callback, those who actually need our resources, and not just those who are protecting them. So do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So I want for Africans to get more educated on who is actually hurting us. Like early on in this segment, I heard someone praising Jeremy Hutt. And if people read his history, it is very bloody. This man has helped Saudi Arabia buy arms from the West. He lobbied for them. But when he tells the Westerners, he doesn't go home to his voters and tell them, I helped them get weapons to bomb these people. Because in the West, these people are too close to him, so he's vulnerable. But in other countries in the third world, he's almost untouchable. So that's why these business type people, they come to Africa, they come to South America, they exploit us, and when things get bad, they can always retreat back to their governments. But I do agree that we do need to stay more vigilant. Sorry that I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
No, continue. The floor is still yours, Jonathan.
Oh, still nothing back.
I think we. Okay. Okay. Continue, Emperor. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. So the thing is, I see it coming again, as it did in history. Now it's just different companies. For instance, I would suggest Tesla. When you look at the technology that they use from cobalt, the resource they need for these batteries and these new cars they're making, the reason why they need to keep the Congo poor is because if the prices of these materials go up, they cannot afford to sell them in their own markets. So they keep Congo poor and they exploit them. And as long as this system keeps going, they can still benefit of colonialism without having to occupy the area. So when things go bad, they blame the government, they pull out, they keep the investment.
But if I may ask, Emperor, Heavenly Emperor,
Yes.
don't you think all this thing starts with all this when we're seeing presidents visiting each other and we're seeing bilateral trade agreements, and you'll see a president going to another country and they've got a business delegate with them, especially big business in their countries going to another country, like in the case where we are finding, let's say China, for example, cause all 54 African presidents to come to China, or for a meeting, a business, a seminar, or whatever. And you always see that in those meetings there's always business people. I don't know if you do realize that sometimes we always see business people behind. They might not be the front, the faces. The president will talk, the president will be handshaking, signing stuff, but then there's businesses behind that will be benefiting from whatever trade agreements they agree on.
Yeah, well, who do you think is talking to the government to get these trade deals up? I mean, that is
Exactly.
kind of how the system works. Same with colonialism. First, the businesses go out, they establish here's a resource, they communicate with their country. But in modern times, it's just more complicated because, for one, we do need these businesses. We cannot just shut off Africa and not have any development. But the hard thing is to realize, when are we being robbed? And that's where it gets tricky, because sometimes our own leaders betray us, and we cannot always see what's going on behind closed doors. But another thing that what I think we need to start realizing when it comes to the business deals behind closed doors is that sometimes our leaders, they don't necessarily tell us the full story of it. So sometimes, like let's say in Ethiopia, I believe it was in Gambela. I believe in Gambela region I heard of before, some years ago. But there were some agricultural areas that were going to be developed, and it was supposed to be for the people, supposedly. But the next thing happened was that it was just all harvested and exported to other countries, while the government would get the benefits, the money from those governments. And then there was no development in actual Gambela, and the people didn't actually get as much money as they were promised.
It was not the government, it was the individuals that went there that profited.
Yes, I do not remember the individuals' names, but you're
these are
right.
individuals that profited.
Yeah,
you don't find it in the Ethiopian government pocket. It was pocketed by TPLF. Uyani took all the money, massacre Gambela. Nobody talks about it. You know, it is a lot of atrocity that's been done in that part of beloved Africa. You know, and people didn't care because the people that had money put a muzzle on the Western media, making sure that they don't talk about it. It came in maybe one or two times here and there, few different medias, and I hear you what are you saying, but at the same time, one key thing that we need to talk in this aspect of conversation is, like Dr. Abiy said, let's bridge the way he did it in Eritrea. He bridged Ethiopia and Eritrea. They built bridge to communicate. Africa needs to be bridged. Before one Africa, we need to start building those bridges. What is the interest for us? We need the infrastructure. The other thing is on the high level, listen, there's a G20, and I say there need to be a G21. That is Africa. That's 1.4 billion people that are not represented. The G20 decide for our fate, but we're not represented on G21. I mean, 20. We need to be G21. And how corrupt that is, AU, whatever, at least we got an African representing Africa. That's going to be on that meeting. Because this is where we decide. We had 3 leaders that went in on G20 meeting, and out of 3 leaders, 2 of them died immediately. What a coincidence. But
I
again,
think.
we need to have this bridge. We need to build bridges. Kenya, Ethiopia, it's like tri-state, like DC, Virginia, Maryland, from what I know. But DC is being taxed without representation, and they want to go for statehood. This is in the United States. So why not Africa? We got a beautiful Africa that cannot even have that bridge. We're not allowed. They'll break those bridges every time we build them.
If I may ask, guys, I think on the G20 we do. I think South Africa is also a member of the G20. It might be the only one. I think even Nigeria is invited now and then. And I think obviously with such a mandate, we need a bigger mandate where Africa needs to have a full one voice about how do they. Because currently, if you look at these things, it's all also regional planning. Like you have ECOWAS trying to do their own currency. You've got SADC has its own policy. You've got the Central. You've got East Africa that also has their own trading bloc, and obviously the North as well having their own thing. So I think we still need a sort of agenda that is really based on everyone and in terms of development, because I think that's where we are more lacking, and our voices are not really that much or audible to the world powers or so-called world powers, and we tend to not get anything out of it. Even the Security Council. I mean, the having Africa to somebody to represent Africa. This has been a fight since I think 2007. There, even today, we still don't have a representative for Africa as big as it is as a continent.
That's what I'm talking about. We have 1.4 billion people that are not represented on any economical development. We're not represented on any advancement for Africa, because Africa is one. When you say the continent as in Africa, you got to count the people. 1.4 billion. That's a lot of people that are not represented on whatever the decision comes from any other countries. It's like a divide and conquer. The interest is going to be, oh, okay, let's call Nigeria to come to this meeting. Oh, let's call Ghana. Ghana has some idea. Let's call this. But you know what? That's divide and conquer on whatever the interest is for the G20s. Whatever the meeting is going to go on. Africa is supposed to be as a whole represented and should funnel through. We have African Union that's there at least to represent us for whatever the voice that Africa has. And every nation leaders in Africa supposed to voice out and put their concerns and have that dialogue with the rest of the world meeting on the G level. The G itself, it means, it's global. It's something that everybody has to understand, that we are really big in population and would need to be represented. That's what I'm trying to say, that if we start bridging each other, every nation start bridging. It's like I said, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia, Djibouti, they form a good trading. And then if it is working and it's a good way to do, we just suggest it to go to the next one, So that's how we're going to bridge each other, instead of having this war, internal wars, and losing all our people. Because at the end of the day, in these wars, it's just Africans that dies. We're losing brilliant future because of wars, because of not managing well our own nations, individual nations, to come to one Africa. So there's a lot of bridge that need to be placed in. And I always said, we need the infrastructure. Infrastructure is the benefit for Africa. And China is coming in to put all these highways and everything else to really connect so they can really have their common goods going throughout Africa. 1.4 billion people have a lot of demand that they don't have because we don't have manufacturing the way it's supposed to be robust. We just have the really our raw material for sale. So we need to keep our raw material, develop our raw material, and being able to trade among us. And among us, we have to put ourselves in a position that we can negotiate. We should get the upper hand. So we need to be represented on any summits, on any meetings that it's going to be concerning Africans' issue. So we need to put ourselves together in order to bridge. And it start with me and individually, all of us that are in this platform, we have the responsibility to our people. Our people are Africans. I want to state that. Our people are Africans.
Can I come in a little bit, give an example of what solidarity, how solidarity makes a difference and not having solidarity, unity makes a difference. Belgium and all these European countries are considered to be the source of this new variant. What South Africa has done is use intelligent, smart people to say, oh, this is a new variant. That's what they did. That's all. They probably suffered from having Europeans to travel to South Africa and all African countries that have much easier access to Europeans than we have for them. And they probably brought it to South Africa more than the other way around. But because EU as a solid, unified, economic grouping, that is the size of, that's bigger in economic size than the America. And every country that has gone through the pandemic and the lockdown, now they just want to just find a way to go back to making money. The Belgium or whatever other country that was also the source of Omicron or whatever, they're not banned. The blanket ban was on who? On Africa. And South Africa, is a G20 member, like Israel pointed out to us, it's part of the G20, but it wasn't sufficient enough for South Africa to make its case, at least at the early stage, where their voice would be heard. I mean, imagine the American, Biden during the pandemic, he scolded Trump as being racist toward black people when Trump put a blanket ban on Africa. And the same leader is making the same choice as Trump did when it comes to, first, it's a very disjointed and flawed information. It's not like this, it really kind of creates this narrative that it came from Africa, which is not. I mean, at least the data doesn't suggest that. But the points that Biggie is making and a lot of us are making, that if the urgency of unity is playing out on our daily life on a regular basis, on issues that are affecting us now and yesterday and now. It's not about the future that we want to build, a prosperous Africa that we will build as a result of unity. That's not what we're talking about. We are saying that the institution that we have right now need to step up, even if we don't have African Union doesn't have the same shape or form that we want as a form of government, but it's still it's one institution that we already have that should be stepping up and saying, like, you cannot ban Africans like that without due process, and you cannot discriminate in such a blatant way. And it's a statement. Who cares about whether the people take the EU statement or not? But it gives confidence to Africans that somebody's out there is voicing them. And that confidence will be the thing that you build those structural things that you need to create a very robust, a very powerful and connected economy that we need, that we desperately need, not necessarily for our generation, maybe for future generations. I mean, I want to also, like, I know we've discussed this issue several times, but from my reading of what's going on in East Africa, and I don't want anybody here in Africa to think of it in isolation. Southern Africans, the leadership in Southern Africa, the leadership in Eastern Africa, the leadership in Western Africa, maybe, but the Northern Africa, I don't know, but those leadership, at least the key players, are aware and are cognizant of what Ethiopia is doing. In fact, it's probably been given this assignment by other African leaders, considering the position Ethiopia in. Like, it's a much more favorable position for Ethiopia to really take on this assignment right now. But mind you, there's a like, they cannot publicly say, come forward and tell you this, but look at all the signals African countries are giving out. Look at the signals they're giving out. When Secretary Blinken is here, running around having to say the things that he doesn't want to say, being forced by African leaders to have to say things that he didn't come to say. Africans were opening the second trade show in Pretoria, South Africa. Leaders coming in, talking about the future of trade, economy, countries. With the little that we have in Africa, we are beginning to see, okay, what do we have? What does Togo have? What does Eritrea have? If you were in Pretoria and then you were in that exhibit, that huge trade show, it's not the Dubai trade show. It's not this New York or Berlin trade show. I don't want to exaggerate it, but mind you, there are projects that are being rolled out under the radar, while the rest of the Western countries are just distracted and losing their battle in Horn of Africa. And then, mind you, once the Tigray crisis is resolved, and then you have Eritrea that just joined the Belt and Trade relationship. And then, mind you, another thing, two things are happening. In Dakar, Senegal, more African leadership attended that than the General Assembly in the UN. That's, mind you. At the same time, you have one of the most powerful member of the Chinese Communist ruling party coming to Addis Ababa. Don't think that there are a lot of this. There's a lot of games that Africans are playing, and they're playing at a much higher level, given the limitation that they have. I'm not saying they're succeeding at it, and I'm not trying to glorify and glamorize them, but I can guarantee you what Abiy is doing and the confidence that he has in doing it, whether he's doing it extremely effectively. When Kenya says Ethiopians are wise and they know what they're doing, they're not just saying it as a platitude. They are in it and they are aware of it. And if you go to Ethiopia, the highways that is built between Addis Ababa through southern part all the way to Lamu port in Kenya. And Ethiopia buying a share in Berbera, Somalia, a 19% share in Berbera, Somalia. Berbera, Somalia, the Somaliland. They have the 90% share in the port. And then Ethiopia and then Eritrea all of a sudden changed its isolationist economic system because they were forced into it. And now say, you know what, we are the 50th country that recognized China as a state, and we are the last one to sign the Belt and Road. And then the foreign minister comes and visits both countries, and then they think like, oh, the first thing that the public will see is the image of China coming into a country that Europeans are telling you to stay away from. That's the first image. But behind the scene, they're sitting down and figuring out, okay, we almost say, you're almost done with your project right now, about to finish this conflict. There's a roadmap to resolving this conflict. We have confidence in Ethiopia that's executing as planned, as expected, and that is about to happen. So let's start thinking about posters. What kind of reconstruction we're gonna do on that corridor I'm telling you, that center that goes through Ethiopia, at the heart of Ethiopia, all the way to Asmara, Asab, and Mesowa. And that corridor goes all the way to Berbera, through Somali region of Ethiopia, through the southern Oromia region, to Kenya, to Kenyan port. And then South Sudan project, the oil and gas project that's supposed to go through from South Sudan all the way to Djibouti. And then the climate resilience project Ethiopia, and then many countries across Africa are implementing through planting of billions and billions of trees through the Sahel all the way to Niger and Mali. And then you have the trade. Africans within the limit and given the limit, they are making the effort. They are making what we need right now is to put this to force them to continue that and to be more vocal, more articulate about it, to educate Africans about these trends that are building up, and then recognize that the West is just like struggling to make sense of what's going on. And all they can say is that we've changed our policy. And then they'll come and tell you as a platitude, Africa is no longer a place of geopolitical game, it's now a geopolitical force. That's just platitude to tell you that we are aware of where you're changing, but we haven't changed our policy of stopping you from doing that. But they don't have the power, the means to do that anymore. So we have to create this really dynamic and complex things, boil it down to our African brothers and sisters, and really find a way where I can play a part. Think of this: if you are an African right now, imagine Ethiopia having resolved this, and then the war element, the military element is just a small part of it, but there's the next phase of this conflict. Are you serious?
Oh my fucking god! Oh yeah, I cursed. Sorry.
Do you see that? That is all they have right now. Do you all see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Do you know how confident it makes me? That the maximum you have is that. The best you can come up with is that. The best you can come up with is 1,000 National Guards. That's the best you can come up with. The best you can come up with is just going around and trying to implement the 1960s and 1980s ideas. But Africa has changed. Mind you, Abiy is not the issue. Yeah, I can tell you, I can guarantee you, there are about 5 people I can name you that can do equally as good as Abiy, or even better than Abiy.
Paul Kagame?
No, I'm just talking about inside Ethiopia. I'm not talking about outside of it. I'm saying inside Ethiopia. Inside Ethiopia, I can just right next to him, I can come up with 5 people that can do it. So it's not just you take Abiy out, because there's a much deeper determinations inside Africa that is building up, and that's manifesting right now. Okay, that's manifesting right now. When they say the Agenda 2063, it's not a joke. They've thought about it for decades. They've planned it and executed. So what America needs to do is to come and compete. We are asking America to come and compete. I don't want China to have monopoly. I'm not going around and be nice. Oh, China is this great savior. No, I'm going to look at it from a perspective of Africa. What is China offering that Africa needs? Can we create an alliance on this? Is there something that benefits African interests? And then I want America and the EU to come and say we have a better offer than China, and make your proposal. Don't be lazy. The political forces in Europe and America, this is a moment for you to rise up. And you've done it before. When Roosevelt said, after the Second World War, we cannot go back to colonialism, it forced a lot of European countries to reevaluate the colonization. It wasn't just a force from African countries that pushed the colonial powers to change their ways. It's not. It wasn't just that. It was also, let me remind you, it was also the efforts of, like Roosevelt said too, the new liberal order cannot accommodate the 19th century colonial empire. We have to change. It doesn't mean it was perfect. That doesn't mean, I'm not trying to say there's good in it. I'm just saying that there are moments, there have been moments in Western times where they said, you know what, we need to end that. And I guarantee you, in Europe right now, in EU right now, they are saying no to the America. They saw the human rights report that came out on 4th of November, and they had this, oh, we dodge a bullet. That's the sense that they got. Because in October, the head of the EU foreign guy was coming with bravado saying, wait for November 4, there will be sanctions on Ethiopia. And we are in December right now. Where's the sanctions? Why isn't EU coming up with a sanction? Because they realize the report comes out that says genocide was false, and an organized like use of food, use of blockade of food access to those key issues that have been placed on Ethiopia. Was dismissed because of the report, and they realized, okay, we almost dodged a bullet. If we had gone with that, without that report, without listening to that report and place the sanctions, we would have been in a different place. And now, do you hear anything from EU that supports the American angle? America is doing the same things, not trying to convince us. They're trying to convince European nations, but Italy and Germany and Spain, and I'm sure growing number of other European countries who are quietly behind us and saying, you know what, the better thing to do is to negotiate with this guy. Or to negotiate with Africa.
Professor, if I can interrupt you there, we just had an incident there, and I think what you're trying to say is there's many plans that I think as Africans we don't even know about, like Agenda 2063. I think most people don't even know about this agenda. They don't know that EU has some form of plans for each and every country. And again, going back to the issue of the variant, the COVID variant, I think some people might not know in Africa that most countries in Southern Africa are banned from going to like Europe, America, and some nation, I think Australia and those places. So meaning for one to leave the country, you probably need vaccine. There's going to be a lot of things because, and funny part that the same people that tested positive or where they found this variant, they were vaccinated already. So something to think about, especially with the vaccine as well. I'm not advocating people not to vaccinate, and I'm not advocating people to vaccinate, but it is an interesting topic in terms of what's happening there regarding the variant. And the scientists in South Africa, they found this thing and they alerted everyone. The WHO, the World Health Organization, was also notified, and other nations, because we believe this is a shared problem, a pandemic. It's not based in one country. So we shared the knowledge to say, hey, we were seeing a variant, and suddenly we were shut. And many places like Cape Town, places that are more tourist based, there was lots of cancellations with people that were supposed to come for the festive season, because now December time, it's time most people go to the beach and all that stuff. So a lot of cancellations. You can imagine the jobs that are at stake when some nations just opt to just block us from traveling, or even blocking their own people to come to our nations. And funny that there will be another variant. I wonder if they find a variant in America, if the world will stop Americans and block them, or give them a hassle from coming to their nations. Because there's been an outcry, especially most nations. Most people think it's South Africa. South Africa reported, but now Swaziland, Eswatini is being blocked. Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola. I'm not sure about Zambia. I think even Zambia. So even Malawi, most of the SADC region, it's really gonna be difficult for people to leave. And some people had to cancel and leave those respective countries because of all this things that are being implemented in America and the UK. And the UK was the first one, and then everyone followed suit. And but it remains to be seen, because there's a complaint from all these nations that they need to leave this thing. They need to just stop this blockages and whatnot, So, but yeah, it's something that people. Pardon?
Yes, I want to just. I'm sorry to cut you short. I just really want to clear myself. I don't know if you just give me a brief chance. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just requesting. Yeah. All right. So do I
go ahead, John?
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I want to clear myself quickly on, because Mika asked me about the West African eco currency. So I think last I read about it was about 2 years ago. So I quickly went on to do my research. I discovered that English-speaking West African countries backed out of the project. Then I just made my research. I discovered that France wanted to convert the franc CFA. It was a franc CFA that was to be converted to ECO. Then along the line, they did not inform the West African leaders that that currency was to be pegged to the euro. So when I just had to go back on it and discover that it seems as if France is trying to capture the whole of West Africa. So Nigeria backing out and Ghana backing out. I think because I want to clear myself, because when Chaka asked me, I was wow. Normally it's supposed to be a very good initiative, but it seems as if the world powers are feeling already. There is this drive to always colonize Africa with these people. So which means we I'll round up by saying it. These people always need Africa. I don't know, but I'm so happy that we were able to reject it. The English-speaking West African countries, you want to give us a currency that you will now bank in your own foreign bank. So this is becoming funny.
The Reserve Bank was going to be in France.
Yeah, in France. Imagine.
It's crazy. So even the money, I'm sure they'll even want to print the money from France and ship it to those countries.
I quickly jump back in. I've sent Maker a message right now because I didn't want to, because when he asked me, I was like, because normally it's supposed to be a good thing, but why would you give us a currency that you peg to France? So which means France wants to control West Africa. So I just really wanted to clear myself, but probably not what I was thinking. At the very close to the deal being closed, a lot came out that this currency is to be pegged to the euro, to France, with a central bank in France money. So I just said, wow, this is so bad. So Nigeria, Ghana, we all signed out. So I'm not trying to just tell people that the West is our problem. That is just it, and Africa really needs to wake up. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John. It's much appreciated, and it's a learning experience knowing about it. And guys, I would love to just welcome Banju Abdu. He's also a brother from West Africa. He's from the Gambia. Abdu.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Abdul,
Abdul.
Behind the scene architect of the One Africa movement.
The two Ezras.
But Abdul, I think our brother John just explained something about ECOWAS. I don't know if you want to add something to it, or you've got something that you want to share today.
Yes, it's precisely what he said. So the French basically wanted to just replace the name. The CFA, instead of just having CFA, and just change the name to ECHO. And really it's still going to be back. It's going to be the same. It's going to have the same functionality, basically. It's still money's still going to go into the, the French account, and mess, and these quote unquote English speaking countries were not going to buy it because, they were literally going to, it was just going to be a trap of all West African countries now enriching Europe, and especially the French. And I'm glad that they backed out. And what they want to do is they want to go back to the drawing board and make sure that Africans create their own currency, and everything has to be done within, instead of any influence from outside. I think that was the issue, basically. I'm sure there's more to it. That was crap of it. Yeah.
So do you think the French will go with their former colonies and create another currency instead and leave you guys out?
What's happening now? That's why I'm so glad, and I'm happy, just to see this One Africa Forum and Swahili Nation really going out of their way to contact brothers, from West Africa and Southern Africa and East Africa. This is because what's happening in this country is young Africans in these respective countries are very, very, very anti-French. Right now in Mali, as we speak, the new military guy that's there, he's dealing with the Russians. He left French, and he just needs very strong support. And like I was saying in Senegal, Macky Sall, he's the current president. I'm not going to say much about him, but the opposition that is there, I mean, this guy is a person that the French are just praying that they even try to assassinate him, as I was telling you, the last time and last month. And these are the kind of people that we have in these French countries that are coming up. And, majority of these young people are anti-French, and that's the good news. So the French are going to go either, with the blood of Africans, or they can just do it in a very diplomatic manner. That's the only two options, but these are very numbered. Very numbered. So, with the Echo, I don't think they have any chance.
Yeah, to add to that, the French colony, when the French came into Africa, first of all, they enforced themselves to make those nations to speak French because they want to tell them, yeah, you're part of France too. You are part of this. Their philosophy is the more their language is spoken throughout their colonies, then they get a little power because so people can listen to them just as is. Whatever the French says, now I taught you how to speak French, but no, they taught you French so you can listen to them. All right? they just want to eliminate the language barrier. And in fact, they went to Congo and told them, hey, we're going to help you reinstate this and that, And the Congo president said, no, I'm busy trying to teach my people Bantu. We're busy doing that. We're not interested. So they kind of laid out. I mean, they're still lingering around if they get the right opportunity. I went to French school, so I know how the language itself, where they teach you, they give you an understanding. But when it comes to get a scholarship and to get to the country, in fact, all Ethiopians that went to French school do not have any accent. We speak like Parisian because thanks to our language. Our Marinya has over 107 alphabet, they are really phonetic. And at the same time, we can speak Chinese, we can speak Swahili, we can speak any language that's thrown at us as long as you teach us how to speak the language. Because our mouth and tongue and our throat can pronounce various pronunciations. So what happened is when you try to go, let's say from the English system, you're 4.0 student and you're trying to apply, there was a relationship where we're supposed to go to France to finish our education. But no, they don't want to do that because the harder we work, our grading is not out of 100, is out of 20. So that means if you got 15 and you're top of the class, so you multiply that by the 100 and trying to come up on the 100, you really are a failure. Okay, but in fact, that's the strategy what France did to oppress and the advancement of key African top French speaking and educated not to move forward and cut them short. And then you are definitely forced to go to a different university to finish up your education. So France never been of the interest of the African. France is about for us to listen to them and to put things in our ears and to influence us through their way of speaking. But at the same time, when you look at for the African advancement, look at them. They're still meddling around. There's still troops on the ground. There's a archaic, old-fashioned. We're not going to take that no more. You understand?
Biggie, Just a moment. Let's just give you context. Ezra is gonna play something. You know, when
I
French
saw
is
this
out.
one earlier.
Yeah, like
I saw this.
it's so dramatic and how the outfit is interesting.
Who are the
Does anybody can hear this?
It's mute, I think. Oh,
Yeah, it's mute. Ezra.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, we cannot hear it.
Cannot hear it.
Okay.
Let me just check something out.
This is the end of it now.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do?
Yeah, it started from the beginning.
Just wait, guys. I'm trying to load it here. Just a minute. Okay, just hold, guys. I'm just trying to.
Sorry, Biggie, I interrupted you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's all right. But basically, that's what I was trying to say is that they want to monopolize Africa on the states that they colonized, and they're making it a big deal that oh, we're here to help you and everything else, but they're not there to help us. They just want to make sure they are still secured on their investment in the African continent, and their central bank runs most of the money, and they still have tie to it.
And it's a
So
requirement, right, Biggie? It's not even a choice. It's like they
no.
don't have a choice. It's
Hmm.
African countries like are tied to with treaty with France to put
Hmm.
their foreign currency reserve in
Yeah,
France, a currency that even France doesn't use anymore because they
exactly.
keep the
You see,
euro.
they're still surviving their francs. You notice? they
Yeah.
still they still want to make sure that their franc is still around. Even though they are euro. You know.
Okay, just hold, guys. I'm almost there.
Okay. Troubleshooting, yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up with workarounds. That's the way we do it. So I just want people, the audience, to who might not have experience, but I think if you want to take out the maybe the banner because there's subset.
Can you guys hear it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
You are unbelievable. Who are the traffickers? They are Africans, my friends. They are Africans. Ask yourselves the question. It's not the French who are the traffickers, it's the Africans.
France's president lost his temper another time while answering another question of an African student about the number of African students in France comparing to the number of French troops in Africa. This is what he said.
You may have a grandfather who came to fight to help France when it was attacked in 1914 to 18 or 1939 to 45. We need to look at this shared history. But don't talk to me like that about the French soldiers. You don't owe the French soldiers anything but this. Applaud them.
This
he thought you see the backfire of that is that he thought he just like blaming all these problems because of Africa. I can hear it on the background. He was so emotional about his troop being in the African land. Remember your grandfather was this and that. That's what the mechanism. How we came in at your rescue. You didn't come in at my
Rescue?
rescue.
No.
No, you didn't. You just tried to influence that. And in fact, Haile Selassie, when they came in to teach us French, he made sure that you keep your Jesuit understanding and all that uh, on the side. We just want the language so we can be able to communicate in different languages. Because Haile Selassie really gave us the opportunity to learn Italian, French, English. A lot of people think that when I speak French, they think that we were colonized by French. No, it's just it's another language that we need to learn. Arabic is one. I don't know if you remember Arabic, English, French was a major languages that you should learn in the 60s. You know what I mean? But
But
all that it
Vicky,
shows.
the audacity of a leader that is taking all the resources of Niger, powering his own power, and not even slightest amount of help, and you say, "Oh, you are the Africans who are trafficking yourself." He's
Right,
telling us that they are the one hiring the mercenaries who are
right,
doing the trafficking. Of course, they look like
right.
us, dark skin, but they are hired mercenaries by
The French,
themselves. And then he has the
uh,
audacity to lecture us that
yeah, and
we are
at
the
the
one
same
who are
time,
something wrong
you
with
know,
us.
yeah, and at the same time, look at it this way, okay? Every African on this platform, okay? Uh, look at what uh, an African does, okay? What does he do every day? He just want to work and make sure that he bring bread to his family. I'm talking about the average African, 1.4 billion African. They'll go get the water from some miles away. They're busy on their quotidian life, and yet I got the French government that's actually president. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to really talk about this is Africa issue and stuff. We got a corrupted leadership on some part of it, but it's not African. You're the one that's trying to teach us your language so we can listen to you for your um, incomprehensible
Yeah.
atrocity that they've
If
been
I,
committing
if I
in
may
this
cut in
part of
here
Africa.
regarding the French president, because one thing people may not realize is that this is absolutely normal behavior for this man. He does this with world leaders all over. But the problem is that now that he's come to Burkina Faso, he has to realize that maybe the people on the ground are just not happy about the French troops. At the end of the day, it's not about the shared history of the French. I mean, if he wants to dive into the history, I don't know how this saves the French argument. They don't want you there now, they didn't want you there then, and they're not going to want you there in the future. It's up to the people. So if the people of Burkina Faso, Mali, and West Africa do not want French troops in there, this no more movement we have started, it has to keep going on even after the war in Ethiopia stops. Because
Yes,
not just
and
know more about Ethiopia, we
yeah,
got to also
and I'm
start speaking up.
I'm talking about all of them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We don't want
I hear
no
that.
troops, any foreign troops in our continent. Period. We don't want them.
I
Those
think
are the
that the
one that
mistake,
brings problem.
Biggie, if I can interrupt you there, I think the first mistake was any country to let military bases come there into their countries was the first biggest mistake. I remember even Botswana when the US wanted to put a military base. I think they eventually went ahead with setting up a military base in Botswana. I think one of maybe it's the only one in the SADC region where it has a US military base. Most sort of Southern African countries rejected the idea of US having a military base in Botswana, and but then the government of that time, they are no longer there in power. I think it was still under President Ian Khama, They allowed the US to set up something there, but there was a lot of resistance in terms of military base being built in the SADC region, especially. But also, I think the problem was we've let them to play around Africa for far too long, and they feel entitled to do anything. So that's the problem, and the arrogance as well is because they feel entitled to be here, and they feel that they are like we are some they are boys, like when an old man comes and all the young boys come and is a respected man in the community, and all of them are bowing down. So I think they still have the same mentality that when they were in power, people used to bow to them. But now the youth there in Burkina Faso, they're showing that, hey, we are not going to bow to this anymore. We want to be independent, and we want a future that is going to be dictated by us. And for him to say it's Africans who are sending people there and all that stuff, I mean, it's quite unfortunate. But I think he saw the reaction.
I get your point, but there's another dimension to it that must be understood. When Francophone countries were getting independence, they were given two choices: full and absolute and total independence, and then a continued relationship with France under Francophone. And the one country that said no, we want full and total independence, that was Guinea Conakry. That you know about. You all know about Guinea Conakry right now. Guinea Conakry was the only one that said, you know what, full independence. You know what the French did? They did not leave anything, not even a nut and bolts, out of the country. And as a sign that they cannot, just to show the sign that if you choose the Guinea path, this is what happens. They would literally, the palace was bare, with windows, doors, keys, everything that could be taken out, they took it out. Every element of French colonial investment, they call it, but they used the local money to build that. But they claim that it was all French, and they took everything out. And Guinea, the leader of Guinea, so Guinea and I think Burkina Faso and Ghana came together to create a union under Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah had to give Guinea $10 million to the leader at that time to really build up these basic things, even chairs, office and chairs and tables, to have. That's the kind of offer that was given. If you look at it from our today's world, you say, but you can buy it somewhere if they take it. But we're talking about the 1960s, where the world was divided into two sections, and then China was not a powerful economy at that time. It wasn't giving out. So there's a lot of African Francophone countries were kind of tied down to a condition that makes it almost impossible to say no. Now they want to extricate themselves out of it. They will use the military presence they established when those countries were weak to kind of clamp it down. And that's what the dynamic. I think that I wanted to make sure people it's not just all their fault, but sometimes it's very hard to, given time and context, it's very hard to say it's all their fault. But I think I get your point that sometimes you have some degree and some power and some responsibility to make those tough decisions that you need to extricate yourself from these kind of relationships that are dangerous, bad, girlfriend boyfriend relationship that are really bad, they're horrible. And in these people, they just fight and want to kill each other, but they don't break up from each other. That kind of relationship. That's where you're right now.
Quite interesting. And if I could go back to Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. I think you've been quiet. Yeah, you had a point. You were still saying something there, and I think we kind of stopped you there.
Oh, I forgot what it was. Sorry, I went to the bathroom. I just came back, and the last thing we're talking about the French, I believe.
Yeah, we're still talking about the French.
Another thing I'd like to add to the French is that we all remember Muammar Gaddafi, and as we know, he was a dictator. He did do some bad things in Libya, but one thing we all give him credit for was he was good for Africa as a whole. Now, one idea he had was to base a currency on the gold standard called the golden dinar. I'm not sure if you guys maybe know of this.
Absolutely.
I know about it.
Yeah, but shortly afterwards, we all know what happened. Regime change. Even that guy in, I forgot what his name was, in the 60s in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. There's so
Lumumba.
many,
Oh my
yeah,
God, you
yeah,
can't forget that
Lumumba.
name. Oh,
Good guy as well. But you see with many leaders in Africa, when it comes to them speaking up for African issues
Sankara.
and for their own issues, and then they sideline the Europeans, many times we find that this is when the regime change comes in hand. So this is also another problem when it comes to Africa's stability and economic growth. We're always put on reset. So though European elements are not entirely bad, I would actually say they're more good than bad. But many times, if we cross them, then they just change everything. We become
I don't know.
the center.
I question your assertion that they're not bad. I don't think it's a question of bad and good. It's a question of like, more power and less power. Who is like domination, exploitation, power. I think it's not a matter of like, because as persons, I'm sure they are all good. They all try to be good, and I'm sure they tell themselves they're good. But in terms of when it comes to Africans, they know that the mathematics doesn't add up for the kind of economic system they've created over the past 400 years. It just doesn't add up. It's not good for the climate now. We know that for now. But that's established now, that materialistic, focused on material manifestation of well-being of life, that is reaching its own limit. And then you're trying to sustain the addiction of it. And then so they need Nigerians not to say, you know what, this is our resource. We should get more out of it. Instead of 10% of the money, we should get 45, 50% of it. They don't want Nigerians to make those questions because 20 to 45% ask will triple the cost of electricity somewhere in France. And that will be the loss of power. I mean, if Congo says, you know what, we have a monopoly over raw material. If that monopoly was a Canadian monopoly, I bet you Canada will make $20-30 trillion more than Congo is making. But because they're not part of that power framework and structure, they will make sure, Congo is in perpetual United Nations peacekeeping force that constantly interferes in the political process, preventing Congo from realizing, we can get more money out of this than we're getting. Even if I'm corrupt, if I'm getting $200 million from corruption, and if I can generate even more resources out of the demand more, I can double that to billions of dollars. Even in the framework of corruption, Africa can make more money out of these resources, let alone being like, this is for our people, and let's bargain for better price. To me, the dynamic, I don't think is right or wrong. I think like no matter what, Europeans will always be on the wrong side of Africa when we ask the right questions. That's the point.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of things they do is more because of they can rather than they want to or don't want to. In terms of our resources and the situation in the Congo, sometimes I wonder, is China really better for Africa or is the West? Because we have history with the West, and now we have new history with the Chinese. But as Kwame Lumumba, I believe from what?
Sorry.
No, but as the Ghanaian president, the former one, used to said that colonialism might yet come to us in a different guise, and I believe it's here. A new scramble for Africa with new players, and now we're trying to figure out what to do. But now we have a new tool. Now we can communicate with each other. Back in the time, an Ethiopian talking to a Nigerian, he would have to walk for 4 months westward. Now, I mean, here we are talking, all of us.
Yeah, but the thing about I don't think it's that kind of like China versus Europe is better. I don't think that Africans should look at it that way. We should say Africa is better first for Africa, and then the rest is a matter of having a negotiation. Come to a negotiation table and we'll bargain. And then look at the way China is stepping up its bargaining power in Africa is because Africans are demanding that. And then and of course the Europeans are also trying to come in and say push on China's domination over the past 20 years on African economy and African politics. And that is forcing Chinese to say, no, we're going to add $10 billion. And to me, that is Africans, we have to look at it from that perspective where it's not a binary choice. We can have all of them. Africa is so large, so huge. the potentials of Africa is so massive. We're not even talking about just the resource of like raw materials. We're talking about the people. Imagine the kind of people that whose potential promise are fulfilled. And then that number grows from 10 million to 100 million to 500 million and to 1 billion people's of promises of individual and community potentials being fulfilled. And that, I mean, the problems of climate that we haven't resolved, the problems of, human beings in space, humans conquering space, that is a problem the world hasn't figured out. The problem of spirituality that has not been solved. The problem of materialism and addiction to materialism, to just consumption. All these things that we've given 400 years to Europeans and now the Chinese, they haven't figured it out. They still haven't figured it out. It's still, of course, they appear to be materially better than us. But if you actually scrutinize the economy and the society, you realize it's as flawed and as broken as ours. The inequality, the inequities, the destruction of the planet, and the potential of an instantaneous, disastrous Armageddon that could happen at any time as a result of the squabbling between European nations. And they've proven that they could do that. If you look at the Second World War, that's a proof for you that at any moment, these guys can lose it and kill each other and take us with them, along with them. And from climate perspective, they're doing that already. So what we have as Africans need to think about is, of course, I'm not telling you this is how we should do it. I'm saying we should think about it. It's like break through all these notions and narratives, like third world, second world, bigger economy, worse economy, material wealth, all of these flawed assumptions of what is development, what is growth, what is a just and thoughtful and grounded in society. What is the value? How should we value our environment? How should we value our people? How should we educate our children? Is it to empower them or to turn them into buckets where we fill them up with stuff? Is it to liberate them or to tell them like you're gonna fit in this manufacturing lane or this agricultural lane and this trade lane, or to say, you know what, you can be entrepreneurs. You can find a way. If your solution is to create industries, go ahead and solve it. If your solution is to say, you know what, this is how we can resolve climate, yeah, go ahead and solve it. This is how we could become a space conquering species on the planet. We want Africans to figure those things out, those complex and difficult problems, like peace and security in the world. The peace and security, the danger of peace and security doesn't come from Africa. It comes from nuclear powers who could at any moment destroy the planet because they just cannot see eye to eye on Taiwan or on Korea, on Ukraine or NATO. Like NATO, that is a making of last century, not this century. It's a making of a second world, a world that they still haven't figured out among themselves. So I don't want us to place these guys in this high pedestal because they're not on that high pedestal. They happen to be ahead of you in terms of material wealth, but there's a lot of areas that they're broken and flawed. And Africa, we are not set in all of those things, so we can really it's kind of we have a blank canvas. We can draw the world as we see fit and how we want it to be, and then ask the others to say, this is how Africans see the world, and all these things that you guys have been messing around for the past 500 years, and we're gonna change it. This is how we change it, and that's left of the depth of that's the challenge I want to push on Africans, and that's what at least that's why I'm here on this platform, to push that kind of really, really nuanced understanding, complex way of appreciation of the way things are in Africa, that complexity, that dynamism, that community, that Ubuntu sensibility, that I feel this should be at the core of the dialogue, not just in Africa, but even in the world. Kuru is here. When I'm here, Kuru is here. When I make a point that who doesn't agree with, he's here. And
Prof. Kuru. What up, guys? What up?
Good to see you, Prof. Kuru. Before I give you the floor, Prof. Kuru, I just want to remind the guys to please subscribe, turn on the notification button, like and share, comment. Join us every day, 9 p.m. East African time, 8 p.m. Central African time, 6 p.m. West African time, the UK time, and I think it's the 2 p.m. there that time in eastern part of the US.
Yeah.
And yeah, Prof. Kuru, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So when you talk about time, I think our Kenyan brother already is okay. I'm just gonna leave that.
Our Kenyan brother was on
He's
point.
already slept, I guess.
On his thoughts. He was still on his thoughts, and he just dozed off on us.
Yeah. So nice. Yeah, because I just want to give some points when it comes to the relationship between Africa and Europe, right? In Europe, you can say Europe, or you can say the Westerns. I think now is the time really to think about a very different. The Western countries really need to rethink their strategy towards Africa, because I don't think the world is really changing right now. Because I'm sure, yeah. Here I just wrote that it's a zero sum game. That's how I see it, because this is totally different between the relationship we have with China and the relationship we have with Westerns. With the Western is more of exploitation, and yeah, those kind of stuff, right? But when it comes to China, at least it's on equal basis. It's a win-win situation. But one is also can argue that China is taking advantage of Africa, but at the same time, the Africa is also getting something out of this relationship. But when it comes to the Western countries, it's all about the military interventions that they always, and also it's all about democracy, stuff like that. So the type of democracy that the Western are talking about is not really applicable to African countries. When I say the democracy is like they preach it, but they don't really do it. It's just a way of uh, pushing their agenda to Africa. So that's the relationship that we have with the West. So it's this is the time is the time is really changing now, because we have a different player in the equation, that is China. China has really changed the situation. But in the early days, it used to be Russia, and Russia is still a very prominent player in this equation. But also, the Chinese, and the way business is really done is really changing nowadays. So using the same strategies, the same tactics, that you used before, like 20, 30 years ago, it's not gonna be effective now. That's what the Westerns are doing right now. So yeah. So I just want to give that point across.
I see.
Yeah,
Can I just
thank
ask
you
you a
very much.
question?
All right.
Oh wait, don't go. I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Because you were talking about China being the new player. What I'm talking about is that it's because we're so far from China that they cannot project their power onto us yet. But if you look at some of the more immediate neighbors, you see them projecting power just like the Europeans are projecting power on us. And what I'm saying is, in the future, they're building up their navy. We might have another problem in the east. So we might have to deal with colonials on the west and the east. That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Absolutely.
So,
Definitely. I mean, every relationship. Yeah.
So I was going to ask you, so do you think there's a way for us to build a better relationship with China, and how do we make sure they don't take advantage of us behind our backs?
First of all, we have to be really clear about what our intentions are, and what is, and also we have to clearly define our terms of engagement with every country that we come into contact with. So what is, for example, with the Chinese, okay? What is our benefit? What is our strategy towards the Chinese? What is our benefit there? Okay, what are we benefiting from this relationship?
Development. I would say like development. That's what they're mainly doing. Development, right? And an alternative to the West. I would say that's the big one. Yeah.
The West. Okay, so that's. I mean, first of all, we need to see our. This is the thing that I'm really have to be careful. Like, when you are dealing with these nations. Also, I mean, it doesn't have to be like, okay, we have to forget about the West and also we're only gonna focus on the Chinese. No, that's not a good strategy. The good strategy is like whoever who wish to work with us, and a mutual benefit. So that's what we have to welcome. As long as it's a mutual benefit. That's the point that I was trying to make. As long as it's a mutual benefit. If it is something that is, like the old ways, right? It's gonna like a zero-sum game, right? So that's not gonna last long. So what the West are doing is like, they use this the military, they use this proxy wars and stuff like that, so to make their interest to
to protect their interest, right?
Protect their own interest, exactly.
Yeah. I hear.
I think I want to add on.
Interrupt you there, guys. I just want to welcome Rich Francis and Salm and Biggie. I will give you the platform to also answer this question. Rich Francis, what do you think of China in Africa? Your point on China being in Africa.
Well, thank you for giving me a chance. I won't take long, but what I see is that we need to start playing these governments just the same way they play us. We have to start looking out for our own interests, and we have to be selfish about it now, because everyone is coming to Africa looking for their own interests. So I think that we shouldn't end up in a tug of war between the West and China. What we should do, we should play both of them. What our question to be to them, what can you offer us? Because we already know what we can offer them. We have uranium, gold, silver. We even had the weather. Like Africa has so much different types of weather. So we have to begin to now, like, put ourselves in a firm position, put ourselves firm in the center between both of them. And when they come, make sure they're competing between themselves, not us competing with them. Make sure they start competing between themselves to tell us what they can do for us. And we also got to be careful that of this tug of war that we might end up in if we don't stand up firm in the center. Because this is what they did to Vietnam. Vietnam wasn't important to these countries that was fighting the war there now. Vietnam wasn't important to them at all. What was important to them is that they fight against each other, and the Vietnamese people end up in the center of that fight, ending up getting the short end of the stick. Millions of people died there because they had a power struggle between both the West and the Soviet Union. We have to make sure that Africa don't end up in this position. And if God forbid we do end up in this position, we start playing them against each other. Both in competitions and in war. One more thing we have to also do, because the Europeans and the Western world already know what they've done to Africa. Eh? They know what they did to Africa. And they know that they could have made us a better deal rather than building ships to come there and steal our people. They know they could have made us a better deal for our resources. They already messed up this deal. So we shouldn't even be looking towards any one of them for anything. They should be looking, when they come and look for us for things, we ask them, what can you offer us? Because we already know what we can offer you. Mm-hmm. Infrastructure, railroads, okay. But if you're gonna come there, come threaten us and tell us you need people to be released, like this guy who went there recently to Kenya, talk about he needs people to be released and he needs that to happen now. And you don't come talk to us like that anymore. Those days are over. And in order for us to make sure that they know that these days are over, we have to start making laws and enforcing them, and we have to enforce them by force. Especially, we have to have a foreign policy. We have to have a foreign policy when we're dealing with these people. We can't just have them coming into the continent and doing whatever they feel like, because then what really are we gonna be moving on this chessboard? Are we gonna just be waiting for people to knock us over on this chessboard? We have to be moving on the chessboard as well. And these people, these European and these Western people, they do not understand anything but pain and economics. You have to be able to protect yourself from them. Africa is a continent surrounded by majority water and enemies in the north. We have to be able to protect ourselves from them. They understand that. Let me tell you something. They would have already invaded Iran if Iran didn't have those missiles to protect themselves, you know. If Iran didn't have the weapons to protect themselves, they would have already invaded that long time. And they don't give up. We have to realize that having a revolution is not just about overthrowing a government. The revolution must be maintained. So the No More movement is almost like a revolution playing out in front of us. But the revolution must be maintained in all areas of human activity. It has to be maintained in all areas: economics, education, entertainment, law, sex, war. We have to be able to engage with them on all levels. All levels. And so what I think about China, I think that China has put the world in a very, very good position. Because if it wasn't for China and Russia and these places, the imperialists would have been all over this earth. They would have their whole contamination all over this earth. China has become now a manufacturing powerhouse. So Africans have to be thinking to themselves now, how do we use China? Not how do China use us? How do we use China to make sure that anybody else who looking at Africa now, including France, know that they can't come and just tell us what to do and take our uraniums anymore, because China is willing to pay us a price for this uranium. The price might not be the price that we expect, or the price that we think it's worth, but at least they're paying us something. At least they're not coming into Africa and killing our people and these things, you know what I mean? And if this do happen, then you guys already know what to do. We already know what to do with them if this happens. And next thing is that one more
Rich,
thing. Yes?
Rich, just to cut you there, there's a comment here. I think for everyone as well, the spelling might be a bit, yeah. It's just a question. I think it's very important. I think what this person is trying to say is, from Western country aid, they crippled us, and from China debt, they cripple us. So I don't know if you can try to answer this as well. Whether, I mean, we left the US or the Europeans from they keep on giving us aid, they cripple us from being independent. Now China has.
Hey, brother, 1 minute. Let someone answer it for 1 second. Give me like a couple minutes.
Can I crack it a little bit? The date part, please, before making any claims, go out there and do the research. Okay? The only thing that Chinese debt has crippled is the US economy. US has borrowed so much from China, trillions of dollars from China, more than Africans. I think it's around $60 billion or 80 billion, less than 80 billion. It's less than $100 billion. Our economy, our total GDP purchasing power is over $7 trillion. In real terms, about $2.3 or $2.44 trillion. As a percentage of our economy, our GDP is minuscule, the amount of debt that we have with China. So first of all, do your research. Don't just claim that Africa is saddled with Chinese debt. In reality, it is not. The only problem Africa has is it doesn't have an ability to mobilize resources internally. So it has to go and borrow this breadcrumb debt. Yeah, these are breadcrumb debt. In reality, our problem is not we borrow from China. Our problem is that economies in Africa are not generating enough amount of resource. You should be generating about 20-25% of your GDP in the form of saving. That is the basis of your investment. So if you take $2 trillion, how much saving is that? I mean, just do the math. That's about 200 something billion dollars. But Africans cannot generate $200 billion in a given year to do all the investment it needs, because the mobilization of resource by African countries is very rudimentary and backward. Because of that, they're struggling to fill in those short gaps, and they have to go and borrow. And so the lies about crippling debt is a notion that the propaganda wants you to believe, but the reality that you go to America, America's crippled, has over $26 trillion government debt, not over 60-something trillion dollars total debt. And the economy of America generates somewhere around $20 trillion a year. So their debt is, but it's a very well organized and very nicely packaged, and they will have really smart, intelligent mathematicians figuring it out. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to have debt, but like the reality matters. Facts matter. Data matters. Context matters. Just labeling something as a problem doesn't necessarily make it automatically bad. That if you come and tell me a propaganda piece, I'm not going to agree with you.
Ezra, we have to be really careful, right? This is not a propaganda thing. $140 billion rising, keep rising, is not
it's
a
not
small amount of money. No, it's not. $140 billion till now. This is the rising part. Is what's alarming, right?
Look at debt as a percentage of GDP. That's an economic way of looking at it. As a percentage of the GDP, it's less than what? It's less than 5%.
I get it. But most of African nations, their GDP is in the more deficit side than the surplus side.
No. We are saying Kuru. You're saying $150 billion of debts, right? The GDP of Africa is 2.3 trillion. That's it. No, don't. Let's not look at different individual countries. Look at it as a percentage of that GDP is very low. Africa needs to generate 20% of that GDP that every year makes in the form of saving. But Africa, because of its government, it's both a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of the bottlenecks. It's not able to generate those necessary funds to do the things that will clear the debt. Let me give you an idea. For example, the Belt and Road Initiative that's going to connect Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, South Sudan, and hopefully Sudan, and with the power of that, Ethiopia doesn't have the ability to generate the $30-40 billion it needs to do that, and it doesn't. It cannot come up with it. If it needs to come up with it, it has to wait another 100 years to do it. So you need somebody who come as a startup. Think of Ethiopian condition right now in a startup setup. You need to borrow. You need to get investors. And once you've established that relationship, that economic dynamism between Eritrea, Djibouti, all of these things, why do you think Ethiopia is interested in having 4 or 5 ports from Port Sudan all the way to Kenya port? Why do you think the Ethiopian government have been pushing actively hard to make sure those ports are ready for that? Why do you think that is the case?
Options, so that they have options.
No, not just options. Come on.
One of its options not to be dependent on Djibouti, for example.
No. The Djibouti port is more than sufficient for the side of economy that we have right now. But when you imagine 10, 20 years from now, when the Ethiopian economy is almost $500 billion or over $1 trillion, and the number of volumes of trade and movement of mobility of people and resources and materials that have to go through all these different parts, do you think Ethiopia is going to be able to manage that with just Djibouti port? You can expand the Djibouti port 100 times and it's not going to be enough. So what does Ethiopia do? Ethiopia is strategically thinking ahead of time and say, let's have a share with Somaliland, the port Somaliland, because we have this economic stake that's about to happen. Let's have Chinese come and help Eritreans do the road, the belt and road thing. And let's have Djibouti be integrated through water electricity. Let's integrate with Sudan so that they can farm their huge lands that could be farmed to produce huge amount of food that they could take advantage of, the opening up of Chinese market. There's a huge and complex set of economic thinking that has gone behind it. It's not just by accident. When you do that, you need $30-40 billion upfront to quickly accomplish it. You need that. So if you cannot mobilize it locally, Ethiopian economy is $100 billion a year. It cannot mobilize $30 billion a year to accomplish it. So what it doesn't do, it needs to go out and find. What Ethiopia needs is a competition between, healthy competition between. What the problem is, America is not it's not picking up the phone call for that. Ethiopians have been calling them and calling them and calling them. They're not picking up because they have a mode that was designed in the 1960s, in the 1940s, in the 1980s, a manual for how to deal with, countries that are beginning to be independent. Instead of thinking, this is a great potential that Ethiopia is about to unlock. We want to be part of the share. Want to join this game. There's more than enough to go for between China and America. So let's get in. That is the thing that is the problem right now. America is just too lazy to figure out how to get in the game. It's not because they are competent. They are trying to stop Ethiopia. It's just a quorum of
They're
God.
using the same old strategy they were using in the past. That's the problem.
They got caught off guard. They got caught off guard, and then quickly went to their instinct.
I'll interject on that because the problem with America is not being lazy. It's just their foreign policy hinders them into
Biggie, that
viewing
foreign
different
policy
things.
was created in the 1960s. That's what I call lazy. What I mean that, like, in the 21st century Africa, in the consciousness of Africans and Ethiopians, and then the broader African, they haven't updated to a point to say. So who's executing the American policy? It's not even the politicians that are executing it. It's just backroom people. Do you know how big the size of the Africa department and the State Department is? Like handful of people who are interns. They are interns running the Africa policy, the entire Africa policy. You go to the
it's an experimental base, and again, if their foreign policy is in line, they would have understood instead of blocking all this. Look at it now. They're blocking 8 nations in Africa from COVID related information, throwing things out there where there's no basis. Look at Twitter. That's really blocking our No More movement, because the No More movement it started in Ethiopia and then it just became like a brush fire, and they claiming that it might end up in a violence, and it's not about violence. And remember now, we're talking about China that's going to be coming into Africa and doing this and that. Hey, listen, China unloaded about half of their what do you call that, low crime people to work in Africa. And when you look at Europe, they send out, you want to die in because of your crime in Europe, or you're going to go to America. So there's a lot of things that we're looking at it right now. We're just going to lose an audience about being on what the GDP is going to be and all that, because the most important thing that we're going to have to focus and look at it is from who's going to be having a piece of pie in Africa. Who's the one that's going to competing for that? Yes, China's going to do all the things they want, but in fact, China was spying on the African Union, and they were right in the base in Ethiopia, and that has to be really rectified, and making sure that at the time when Abiy went and visited, and they knew what Ethiopia is about to say, and they say, "Oh, okay, we're gonna forgive your interest." Listen, there's so many things that's going on. For me, in this platform, if we're gonna be discussing every single deficiency on what's happening to Africa, including the West, Russia, and China, all of them, they are part for them own interest. But everybody's entitled for interest. Everybody is right to their interest. But what is the interest for Africa? What is African should do? You go by patriotism, be patriotic for your country. Then there's a negative that comes if you look at other countries differently than you being the only existing nation. We need to really resource ourselves and who we are individually. 1.4 billion living in 11.5 or whatever square miles, and then you got India that has equal amount of people on 1.5 million square miles. And listen, We're vast. There's so many things that we can communicate, but at the same time, we have to be real on what we got in our hand. Right now, we are in trouble. Africa is in trouble. Okay, they want to dismantle it as much as they can. Oh, you got the French that's going to come in. You got the American that's going to come in. The British is doing something else. Look at it. We got to be smarter on looking at things where we don't blame nobody but ourselves. So we start loving yourself as individual. If you love yourself individually and you can pass that love to your neighbor and you loving it, this is our movement. This is our time. This is our way to go. I leave all the GDP issue, economical issue for the people that we have, not only in Africa, in also the diaspora that knows all those competition. But for us is to move this platform where we're gonna be heard. Our voice should be heard. This is the point that I want to make, to focus on what is the real issue. Otherwise, every single Western, China, Russia, and the rest of any other interest that they have in Africa, we're getting exploited as we've been speaking on this platform right now. So we have to be very careful where we're going to be talking about other attacking us, rather us sometimes just be quiet and love and understand, because our movement has been all exposed and we're not doing anything to protect our own people. Okay. So my issue is, when it comes to China, Russia, Western countries, they're all about the interest. It's not, they don't give a hoop for Africans. We Africans are the 1.4 billion strongs that need to put our head together and fight this common embezzlement and divisive method that you use, because everybody want to have a little pie and interest. China will be happy to have the West. America will be the central. The rest of the Africans is going to be under the other European countries. Believe me, they know what we have. Unfortunately, if they can transport the whole continent to their country and exploit it, then it would have been easy. But unfortunately, we are 1.4 billion strong Africans that wants what's right for us, for our existence, on who we are. All the rest, it doesn't matter. No more means enough is enough. Pas plus. In Swahili, I'll let you say is right. But we have to be focused on what our movement is, because if we're going to be starting on a lot of economic issue, political issue, we'll never get over it. But for us is to have one point, which we are very powerful, and our forefathers in Africa showed us, is love yourself first and love your family, and it goes straight to your neighbors. These are the things that we have to really.
Sorry to interrupt you there. We're gonna go into closing soon. I just want to give the other guys a chance as well. I'll come back to you, Prof. Ezra. I'll come to you, Prof. Kuru, in closing, or coming back to that topic. But I just want to give my brother, Rich Francis, he wanted to also respond, and also Sam. He has not even said a thing. So let's can we just give them a chance to also voice their opinion, and then we'll come back in full cycle. Rich.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry to be on and off. I really want to be a part of this, but I'm at work still, so it's like I'm doing two jobs here. But what I was gonna say is that this is not a test. We're at a critical stage right now as a people. This is not a test that you walk into thinking you have the 0% and you have to work and see how much you can get to 100%. This is not that kind of test anymore. This is a test that we will have to walk into knowing that we already have 100% and holding on to as much as that 100% as we could. This is how we're going to have to approach this, because China and all these other countries are not coming to Africa because we don't have anything that they need. They're coming to Africa because we have everything that they need. That's why they're coming to Africa. So we have to start to one thing we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to be comfortable with developing weapons to protect ourselves. Every time you tell an African person about a weapon, they start panicking. They tell you, wait for Jesus to come. They're telling you all these kind of things. God is gonna protect us. No, brethren. God already gave us the skills and the ability to protect ourselves. We need to use these skills and ability to protect what we own and what is ours, not be looking and saying, oh, China is better than America to trade with. Oh, America is better than China to trade with. Who cares which one is better to trade with? We just use them against each other. That's all. So ask whoever is going to have the better deal to make a deal with whoever had the better deal. That's it. But in order to do that, you will have to have the ability to protect yourself, because we're not living among peaceful people. We have to realize this. As I said before, Africa is a continent surrounded by water. We don't even have anyone ever heard of the African sky. Everybody flying over Africa however they feel like, whenever they feel like. We can't protect what we have if we're gonna continue let these people do that kind of thing. We can't protect what we have if we don't have an African ocean. We have submarines circling Africa, warships circling Africa, and we want to go and make a deal. We can't make any deal if we're in a position of weakness. We have to be able to develop ourselves in a way where we can protect ourselves and protect what is ours, and then we could talk about who we're gonna negotiate with. That's what I think. So we're not no. It's almost like we believe that we are some kind of we're everybody's thing that they could just come and take and touch and beat and abuse, and then we're looking and we're saying, oh, let's serve the master that's gonna abuse us less. That's not how we're supposed to walk into this now. Now, when we step into this exam room now, because if we fail this time, we'll reach back up at the same exam 100 years from now if we fail this. So we have to develop and build a sense of pride, know what we have, survey our land in Africa, see where they're taking all our resources from, see where France is taking our uranium from, protect that. If they don't want to negotiate, run them. And we're gonna have to have the ability to do that. So we shouldn't go into this exam room thinking we have 0%. And we have to work to see how much percent we can get if we have to pass this test. We already passed the test. Now we have to see how much of this percentage we can hold on to for our people until we can negotiate with everyone in a fair way, and they treat us like human beings and give us a good deal to negotiate with, if they want to negotiate with. Honestly, we don't even have to negotiate with anybody. Africa is a whole ecosystem by itself. We don't need nothing from outside. We have a diaspora full of intelligent people who can probably build railroads and satellites and 6-speed gearbox engines so that we can develop ourselves with helicopters and all type of things. We have those resources. We have those things. So we already have 100%. Now we have to see how much we can hold on to, how much we can protect it, how much we can protect that 100% that we already have. That's what I got to say about that.
Okay, thank you very much, Rich. Salem. Yes, the floor is yours, brother. You've been quiet. I know you needed the platform. You are next.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's very nice. Thank you, guys. It's extremely very wide thing you're dealing. I just come short before 20 minutes around. It all depends actually from yourself. The point is how do you do the economy of Africa as a continent, which is the better or the best way. This situation exists since very long. The problem is not if Chinese or European or Americans The problem is always related with yourself. It's you who decide what's going on in our economy, in African economy as African continent, but not in the way when we are now beginning to think like we and they. That's not the thing. The thing is, what do you want to do? How do you do it? And how do you do it the right way? What we are doing, sustainable development is not to be the same like them. This is what makes Prime Abiy Ahmed different. He is thinking forwarded, developed, and in a sense that he brings something joyful for himself to make attractive. For the result, as you see in Ethiopia, he's been elected to over 90%. Even at this moment, they are using it against him. These defamators from America, they are saying, how is it possible election with 98% winning? But the situation in Ethiopia is we have now the first time in our life election. We have no parties. We have no politicians. So he have the power. He promote himself and he win. It's very normal. But he's been elected. He's for real elected. So the Chinese thing is Chinese as Asiatic, very old culture, they are very powerful. They have their own strength in many sense. And they are coming, of course, with a lot of interest, but they have their history. That's what we have to know. They, whoever the Chinese comes with lot of charm. They have very good culture, which is similar to our old culture too. It's not that they are stranger. They may be stranger in Europe. They are not stranger for us because we are old people and Chinese are one of the highest old civilization too, one of the highest Asian civilization. So we have lots of in common. And the very good point is how Africans going to do their things. And when you make economy plan, if you like you are now, for example, taking a data which is totally manipulated data. If you see 90% of African countries, which data you can get? You cannot get no data. They are all corrupted. So the problem is not that Chinese only are going to do something to you. So it's that we are not ready. We have to have a face. We have to have economy. We have to develop ourselves, and then we can get what we want from others. So the other point is the way we do it, which is a very essential point. We cannot go like I hear from let's say from our country. The people are speaking about development. They think that everything they do is development.
Salem, sorry, I forgot to ask you, which country are you connecting from?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
I'm from Ethiopia, and you know, people they think they development, but development in which sense? They are bringing a lot of fabric from China. They are bringing many things from every country. They are making different deals by which base it depends on which year we are, but they are not summing the consequences, or they are not summing what are they getting from that. And what we heard, even I heard last time from one African commentator in some news, he say that the problem of the European is somebody was quarreling with him about the Chinese investors, and he answered the problem is that the business with Europeans, it is extremely expensive, he say, and that's a very good factor, because these people, they are not interested in business. If somebody is putting you some price what you can never afford it, this is not giving a business. So one of the fundamental thing is that Africans, they have to see to develop for themselves. Development, it can begin in the first grade. You should not be in the university if you are not so far. You don't need to be in the university. You can begin with the first grade. In the next year, when you come to the second grade, you have developed. The factor is the same. So now the other thing is, previously somebody said that yes, it's Israel. He was arguing about the GDP. The GDP, we don't know where the Americans are bringing the money from. Every time they print so much money, we don't know if that's for real or if that's not for real. But I know what is not for what is certain is, we Africans, we cannot need so much money. We don't need so much money. We are not so much sick. We don't need, so we have not so much problem. So the sustainable economy, you can make it by yourself under the condition you have. And this way, when you make your own economy planning, what you have heard from Dr. Abiy saying too, we don't have to be, we can make our own democracy in our own way. You don't have to compete with nobody. So there are many factors which is related with us, and the relation with China depends from how we see ourselves, and many of the things we have to do seriously for ourselves. And when you do many things, and the relationship with exteriors, with any countries, as long as you respect yourself, you treat yourself with dignity, and you treat others with dignity in love, you will come to your point. But never thinking that we are Africans, we have this, and they have to give us that. No, that's not the matter. The matter is just make a sustainable economy. He can be European, he can stay in your country making a very good job. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everybody can come at the same time. But with bad intentions, if you are consequent and deal with them, then you are winning. But not in the way that somebody come and kill Gaddafi, and there is no African Union who is complaining. That's not functioning this way. So
thank you very much, Salam. I think because of time, I wish that tomorrow you can join us, and we can take this further. Please come and join us tomorrow. I'll just give you 2 minutes in closing, your closing remarks. Then I'll be going to Heavenly Emperor in closing, then Rich, then Professor Kuru, then Big E, and then we go to Ezra, Prof. Ezra.
So I thank you. I already finished for question. I'm open. I'm finished. I just make it general. It was good because you have raised so lots of question. It's so hard to arrange all of that to remember it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Salim. Mr. Rich, Imperial, Heavenly Imperial.
Yeah.
You've been quiet.
Yeah. Well, my closing remarks, I guess, would be that this NOMORE movement cannot die out. I'm really proud of the Ethiopian, Eritrean, and the other African diaspora that came out and protested with us. I mean, this has to continue. Whenever there's a problem like this in any other African country, whether it be Kenya, Nigeria, even Egypt, South Africa, We come out in numbers. We stand together, united. Africa one. Peace.
No more. No more.
No more.
No more.
Adwa
Thank
again.
you. Is that all, Imperia?
Efficient. That's efficiency.
Efficient.
Yes, I'm very efficient.
Then, Brother Rich. I think Brother Rich is
He's
busy
probably
typing.
distracted work.
Yeah, it's still working. Then can we go to Prof. Kura? I know you guys had Prof. Kura had a question. I don't know if he wants to do it in closing or he wants to finish it tomorrow. Prof. Kuru, I know you didn't get a chance to ask the question and also lay the facts from your side. I don't
No,
know
it's
if you
okay. It's
want to
okay.
wrap it up
We can talk about it tomorrow. But
tomorrow.
I just want to point out that having a political independence without having economic independence is almost wordless. So we should also just to disagree respectively with the big Iggy, with the voice. Just because we need to talk about economical issues because that's the core. Anyways, yeah. Let's keep on. Let us keep the momentum going with this movement, and that's all I just want to say.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kuru. I see there's an invitation. Don Alejandro, do you want to join us? I think you've been also commenting a lot. Even Jerina Star, we've been waiting for you guys to join us. You've promised to join. Jerina Star, you've always told us a time, whatnot. And Luneta, please also join us. It's been a while. We also want you to join the platform tomorrow, especially. And I see a lot of people that have been commenting, and we've been waiting for them to join us. But I'm not sure if Don Alejandro wants to join us quickly. He has a lot to say today. When I looked at his post and stuff. And another person that I've been looking at is Red Sea Youth. He's forever busy, and he never joins us when it's time to join. And for us to hear his points is always is this disappearing act that he does.
No, I
I'm
think
challenging him
he's
to
playing
join us.
games.
I'm challenging him to join us, and there's a couple of people. Even GB, they've been commenting a lot about China, especially. I've shared the link if the guys want to join quickly. And there were people that said they wanted more longer sessions and whatnot. We tried to add an extra hour today, and I hope those people who said you need to add more, they'll start joining us and not sit on the benches. Jerina Star, GB, Luneta, Red Sea Youth. I'm challenging you guys to join us.
That's right. We might have to do like like a javelin style, like what is called relay style running. Like track. We might have to think about like a relay style of running the show, like almost like 6, 7, 8, 10 hours, but the host change over time. Does that make sense? Like
true.
Somebody starts it off and somebody else follows it up, and keep the conversation just flowing. I think what Niger was pointing that out yesterday, but we might have to think about doing something like that, like continuous streaming. But it might be hard to kind of like share with people that don't that see 10 hours and they're scared to watch it. You know what I mean? When you post it up back online, so there, just
Yeah, I think with some of you guys being in America, I think we'll do a relay. We'll leave the baton to maybe Prof Ezra, because it's still in the afternoon from where you are, and
I'm
we are
not a good
already
host,
midnight. It's
I'm
already
not a good
morning
host.
from my side as well.
I have to learn being
Friday.
a good host. I'm actually watching you as a host, but I will be a terrible host. But I have to have some lessons on how to host. But
That's coming, Prof Ezra. By the way, the brain Just be ready. That's coming. But yeah, that's coming. I'll say most of the stuff on the private side.
Professor
Yeah,
Ezra, hey, I got your
Billy.
back. I got your back.
Yeah,
We can
also
cover this.
Billy. I
You got
mean,
Big
yeah,
E, yeah.
you guys
You
are.
know, the awesome thing about our people that are participating on their comment, on their understanding, people that join this platform, I really am thankful because a lot of the comment that comes in, sometimes you might have some argument among the commentators, and then they come up with a solution, and then they come up with a different thing. I mean, we are blessed to have this peaceful communication. I mean, I told you, very few will be selected and doing greater things, and everybody will pitch in the idea, their way of doing things. And I mean, we are really, really grateful where we don't have to hush down whatever as aggressive, but everybody's putting their love. And I really thank everybody. And I'm very honored to be on this platform. I want to tell the whole world on this platform, we have really done great job. It looks small, but we putting our heart to it. And imagine everybody that participated in here, they'll be talking to another 11 people that they know close. Hey, I was in the Swahili nation. We talked about this. We did this, and I mean, this thing is catching like a brush fire, and I really thank you all. Or everybody that's patient to listen to me, to listen to Professor Ezra, Mika, and that really start up this brush fire. I mean, we have great, great, great people that putting their thoughts and mind into it because you know what? They all love themselves. They love everybody else around them, and that's why they join. And
Ubuntu. Ubuntu, we call that, right? Ubuntu.
yeah,
It's Ubuntu. Like you are because I'm because you are.
Yep.
Therefore, so what was that line? I don't know if you still have it. I think there's a line that we had from our Minister of Education. An incredible line. I don't know if Ezra has it. If you could use a banner.
Kuru did, I think. Kuru did post it, right?
No, like there was a banner that we came up
Right.
with Ubuntu, how to understand Ubuntu. Not Nael, our Minister of Education. He gave us
Right.
a tagline around it, the Ubuntu line. Anyways, but I mean, you cannot have this platform without Big E. I mean, he's the heartbeat of what we do, and it keeps keeping us. Remember you're a human being. Remember
Mhm.
you're grounded. Stay humble. Stay connected. And then I really appreciate that. I think sometimes my role sometimes is to really push the boundaries of how we think through stuff.
Mhm.
If I challenge everybody here about the Chinese date, blah blah, I want to challenge people to go beyond the headlines and really try to create context. Not necessarily to say we should be like America or grow economy this way or that way. It's more about like, as a matter of fact, because I think like Ridge was pointing that out earlier, and then this is my takeaway too, is that our challenge is mostly in our minds and in the sense of in the way we see ourselves and the way we see ourselves on this planet, on this earth, and how we connect with each other also is part of that. So the conversation we are having more often, which I really like here, that we're pushing boundaries on all sides. So we're pushing boundaries and barriers. We're breaking boundaries and barriers that are mental barriers, intellectual barriers, spiritual barriers, emotional barriers. And without those things, it's very hard to think about how you manifest a reality that suits you. Because your reality is a manifestation of those sensibilities that are within you. And so I don't care how much money. In fact, I wish you don't have to borrow any money. I wish you don't create an economy based on it, borrowing, saving, this really narrow material sensibility. I wish we don't have to build our economy based on pseudo scientific economic systems where it says resources are scarce. Sorry, sorry. Somebody want to say something? Sorry.
No, I think it's someone's background.
Oh, okay. I
yeah,
thought
I
it
think
was
it's
like
somebody's background.
Anyway, sometimes I could talk forever. So if you want to stop me in between, it's fine too. But I just wanted to let you know that I see my role playing here is to push and push and push and push, break. Not the material world that you live in, but the mental, intellectual, and spiritual and emotional world we live in that are framed and shaped for you. As an educator, I believe in education that empowers and humanizes. Empowers and humanizes. That's the education the kind of education I believe in. That cannot be achieved in studying physics, chemistry, biology on their as content, like what they call banking model, where you're like you store stuff and I withdraw something. Like that kind of education system we all come from. So our emotional, intellectual, spiritual framework are shaped by that kind of education. So
absolutely. Yeah, Professor Ezra, one thing that I would add to this is that we never discourage, okay, anybody that's joining us on a comment session or anything else to really throw the word that you really feel is very important for Africa, because we all are responsible for our Africa. Like I said, the movement starts as one Africa. We are Africans, and the rest is like all the nation that you are true, but pass on the word and help one another, because every boundary that's being pushed on this platform, it gives an idea to another brother and sister to really go and look for that and come with something that's greater for us to, even if he doesn't bring it in this platform, he might be a leader somewhere. You don't know. Some people comes in different names, acronym. I came in as a big E, okay, with a little E. But at the same time, my background and everything else, it matters. And I take this information, great information, rebalance it, make sure I don't spray the wrong word, because like I said, I told you, I pray before I join this platform, because I don't want to say something I don't know. I'm not concrete. I need to be well informed to pass on information. And when it came into the Eritrean information, I just put my 2 senses to make sure that I pass that to people to understand where that country come from. And so that means in general, any boundary that you push, Professor Israel, anybody on this platform, it's a good thing, because it's not negative things. It's exploring our Africa, exploring our people.
Yeah.
Do you know something, that Africa is not what the continent you're looking at? And nobody, I can challenge anybody, okay? But Africa, if it wasn't for the Suez Canal, it includes China. It includes Saudi Arabia. I'm telling you, Africa was limited to the Black Africa per se, but Africa really, if you look at it, it attached all the way to China, all the way up to Russia, and then it come down Turkey. Just another thing to think about. That's how big Africa is. And a lot of people might not agree about it, but if it is attached, if it is continuous, it's part of that same continent. But they divided it so bad, that now we forgot where our connection is.
I think our connection is inside us, and
Yep.
it's buried
It's
in there
spiritual.
in our humanity. And our so we need to unbury it. We need to really untangle ourselves from that.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I think that when I look at problems, I try to find the lowest common denominator in our problems. I think that's how a lot of us should be looking at a lot of these problems, because One of the lowest common denominator in the problems that we are having is that we are having an error in perspective and an error in perception. We perceive that people are stronger than us, so we think that we're weaker than them.
Yeah.
We perceive that they have something we need, so we think that we can't do without them. We perceive that they're higher than us, so we think that we are lower than them. And this is a perception that we have to change. We have to change that first, because if we don't change that, we're gonna keep approaching the world like we are like beggars when we are not, when they are the beggars. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna have to, as I told you guys first, we're gonna have to develop ways to protect ourselves. That's the first thing we're gonna have to do. Develop ways to protect ourselves, because without protecting ourselves, we can't protect our resources. If we don't protect our resources, then we will be constantly using other people's unit of measurement to measure our value. And in turn, what's gonna happen is that these measurements that they're using on us will develop patterns of behavior in our society that is counterproductive to our growth. So if we change the perspective and our perception, we're gonna realize that we're already in a position to do whatever we want, to create whatever we want. We have a whole diaspora out here, highly educated people. We just need to organize intelligently. We need to follow Marcus Garvey say and organize intelligently and initiate some real social economics, because people need to survive. We can't just be working for free, right? We need to survive still. So the error in perspective and the error in perception need to change first.
I love it. I love it. We are like
Beautiful.
We need to deconstruct it. And thank you. Like, by the way, Heavenly Emperor, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. But we need to take what Rick just said and really take it all the way far, and you can catch this in heaven too, not just on the ground. It's such a powerful idea. It's such a poignant point that you just made. I know it comes so eloquently, so like goes into your mind and heart so easily, but you got to work on it. You can't just overnight do the deconstruction of the mindsets and then a reconstruction of the kind of person that you're talking about. It's a lot of work. It's a journey. So
it is. And one thing I thought about recently is that now that there's a Chinese proverb, it says that the kingdom long united must divide, and the kingdom long divided must unite. And I think that Africans are in this position right now. We have been long divided. That's why you have a whole bunch of people here from the Caribbean, from Cameroon, from Congo, from Tanzania, from all these places, because we are realizing now that the kingdom has been long divided. Now the kingdom must come back together now. It must come back together as one. Like your fist, like when you open your hands, your 5 fingers are out. You can't survive like this. You can't punch anybody like this. That's why we're getting punched all the time. We have to clench our fists now and come back together as one now, and then we can start demanding things in this world. But without that, if we keep letting them separate us by shade and by tribe and by region, and I'm saying, like, what I'm saying is that if our Tanzanian brethren have a problem, we all must become Tanzanian until that problem is solved. Let's make our nationality fluid instead of them telling us what our nationality is. Make it fluid. We can flow through each other's nationality until we become one Africa. And when they look at us, we become Africans, not Tanzanians and Kenyans and Djibouti and all these things, right? There's one more thing I was about to say. Oh yes, I think that a revolution is just one part of our job, but maintaining the revolution is different. It is a whole different ballgame. I think that we should, after the no more hashtag, we should have a hashtag called Project 1886, where we reverse all of these borders that they put in Africa in 80, 84, and 85. We should call it hashtag Project 1886. And we should put it in their face like that. Put it in their face like that, and make sure we let them know that you can't do nothing about it this time. Because what's happening right now also let me tell you guys, half of this war is already won, you know. Half of this war we're in is already won, you know. More than half. You know why? Because history is being written in real time. They can no longer write our history for us. They can no longer go to places in the world and kill people and nobody knows about it. People know about it the same day. So they can no longer, they know that they're gonna be hypocrites if they go to any place.
That's a fact.
Yes.
That's the fact.
If they go to Africa and they kill people, the same day we're gonna know, and they can't come talk about human rights and all this kind of thing to us because they left their borders to come to kill our people. We're gonna know now, and we're gonna do something about it. 3/4 of this war is already won, and we haven't fired one shot yet.
Wow.
Guys,
that's a different angle.
if I can
You know, I was about to
everyone
say,
there,
you know, the minute that we got internet, they said Africa just came in 500 forward, you know, 500 years forward, and here's one little passage saying they cannot rewrite this history for us. We're going forward, and beautiful point.
Another thing I want to say, I know Israel wants to close, but another thing that we have to say, we have to recognize events. Like when events happen, you know, leaders see events as a stepping stone for accomplishing for accelerating process toward vision. And you know, cowards and those who are afraid, who have no sense of self and confidence, they just want to shrink and then swallow in the events, but in the occasions. So you see the crisis in Ethiopia, you see the crisis in Sudan, you see the crisis in Niger. On what the human part is, you have to feel the pain and suffering. Otherwise, you don't appreciate and understand the depth and the magnitude of stuff. But the leader part of you have to say, this is the thing that should catalyze all those things I've been waiting for to accomplish. All those things I've always wanted. I was looking for the time and space to pursue this. And then so you use the occasion to advance yourself to the goal that you're looking for. So it's like sending a rocket out into space. But sometimes if you happen to pass by Jupiter, you cannot resist the opportunity to use the gravity of the Jupiter to propel itself. But in order to accomplish that, like our friend Jerry said, you need to be organized. You need to calculate. The calculus of doing it has to be part of it. But that cannot be solved in this dialogue. But what I'm trying to say is that we are in a moment right now where we have historic moments, large moments in history, massive, shaky moments, where we say, you know what, after this thing shakes, we want to land where we want to land best for ourselves, for Africa, for Africans. So I see the Ethiopia condition that way. I see and then that goes all the way to Senegal. I can tell you that. That goes all the way to the Black Lives Matter. That goes all the way to the social and economic and climate injustices in Latin America and there's all the South, even India and Bangladesh. I can go everywhere. I can go where the people are not given that opportunity. I see that this is the moment because that we are on that nexus of change, that inflection point in history. And if you take advantage of it, you can propel it to that accelerated kind of growth towards the larger vision of what we're looking for. I know I want to close it, but I just couldn't wait. Just couldn't pass the opportunity.
Yeah.
Just add on just one thing to add to this.
Yeah.
Look at the stand what Twitter did to eliminate the hashtag no more.
No more.
And that tells you the no more movement, it comes
important
to everybody individually in the world, not just Ethiopia and Africa. It's loud and clear.
Yeah.
That includes for Republicans to say no more, the Democrat to say no more. It has so much information. No more is simple. No more of whatever wrong that's been done to you individually, and collectively you add on. So this is a revolution in the world.
Yeah.
The awakening of human beings
This
Being
is
human, your existence is on
Emperor
the
wants
line.
to say something.
this is the time that Mao Zedong was talking about. There is great disorder under the heavens, and the time is excellent. The time is excellent right now.
Oh, yeah,
It needs
oh.
disorder. It needs this. This is where ideas come out of. This is where
Entropy.
we move forward out of this chaos. Because when you don't have chaos, they have us organized in a certain way where they take from us and we can't say nothing. But when you have chaos, we can be a part of it. We can rebuild Africa now in our own image. And I'm seeing something in Africa, and I'm seeing something really strange in Africa, because the African Union seems like it's there to make sure that Africa is being shaped in the European Union image. Am I wrong, Regin? You guys are on the continent. Am I wrong?
No,
Somehow yes, but somehow no. Somehow yes, somehow no.
Well, I
A
think
little
that,
bit too much trusting of the Chinese, I'd say.
okay. Well, what
No,
I'm
they're
saying,
riding the Chinese wave. I would say mostly.
no, what I'm saying is like, there's a tug of war now. There's a big tug of war now, because Africa is like the last piece of fertile soil where they realize that there's so much resources, but they don't want to hand it back over to the rightful owners.
Yes.
So it's a big tug of war look like it going on now. So the time is excellent right now. The time is excellent for us to stand up. And the best way to get someone off your back is to stand up straight.
Yep.
Stand up straight. They're gonna fall off. So we need to stand up straight and realize what time we're living in, because this is the same thing Marcus Garvey saw when he came to North America and started his movement. It was chaos in the world.
Yep.
And he saw opening. There was an opening, because you can't convince our people to drink water if they're not thirsty. It seems like right now we're thirsty. Our spirit is thirsty. Like I've been telling my friends, man, the continent is just calling me every day. I wake up, I don't even want to go outside. It's calling me, man. It's calling me, because I've been working on something for the past 8 years, and it's coming into fruition now. And I can see we got to catch this train, Virgin. We have to catch this train. If we don't
Seize the moment. Seize the moment.
Yes. If we don't catch
Seize the
this
moment.
train, we're gonna have to wait another 100 years to catch this train. And if 100 years come after and we don't catch this train, Africa will look like a totally different place. It will be legally colonized, because Africa is being reorganized and recolonized. It's being reorganized right in front of our eyes, and we have to take part in it. Now is the time for us to shape it in our own image again, under the philosophy of Ubuntu. We don't have to be like savages like the rest of them, like scavengers looking for something to eat in the bottom of the ocean. We don't have to be scavengers. We have enough there to practice Ubuntu.
Yes.
We have enough, but we have to be able to protect it. This is most important thing. You can't build a kingdom if you haven't built the ways to protect it. You're just building a kingdom on sand. They're gonna just crush it, just how they've been crushing every other thing.
Yes.
These people, I'm telling you, these.
Brothers, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry to cut you off. You know, you in the Bible, you guys remind me of Apostle Paul. He'll normally say, "Finally, brethren," and then write another chapter. You know.
Yo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know you guys time different. It's different
I
from
see
mine.
that happening. It's like the Bible. It's like the New Testament has been written again, of Africa. When you think, finally, brethren, yes, finally, brethren, we need to invest in this now. Finally, brethren, this Chinese,
You know what this is? You know what this is, Virgin? This is energy. Energy.
Talk about Africa forever.
Energy.
You know,
Pastor is
you know the thing about, like, the notion of planting. The notion of planting. So it's an idea in your mind, but once you speak it out, you're planting it somewhere, and then somehow, somewhere, it's gonna find a fertile ground. So you need to keep. If it comes, that energy comes. You need to keep spitting it out until you get to, like, you're just spitting out all over this entire sphere because somebody somewhere is hearing you reach, spit out all these wisdoms, multiple angles, and then they're gonna pick up one or two. And that is the change, like right there. So you accelerate the wave even faster. You create a new. So we have a wave, but we are creating that intervention to that wave. So I'm okay with that. But at the same time, you are late. You gotta go to bed. You have kids, family, work to do.
Yes, but just remember, Project 1886.
Save the energy.
Project 8086. That's the next one.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Save the energy for tomorrow. Project 1886. Let's save the energy, the passion, brethren, for tomorrow. I need the same energy tomorrow.
Yes.
I know you
Yep.
guys still have a long way before you sleep. It's already Friday here in Africa, guys. Okay, Central Africa, Eastern Africa. Those who are who are
Looks like
behind, are still
going
coming.
Thursday
You
afternoon.
sounded
Let's
like
give
the
you a
brother
Thursday
that
afternoon.
earlier. The brother said, "I got to work early morning. I gotta go," and it was 10 o'clock.
You know the guy from Kenya.
Yeah.
Remember, he was dropping gems, and he just finally just slept on us. I think he was still talking, and he's like, "God."
Well, oh my God, my brothers, I love you all. May
Yeah,
Xavier be
there.
with you
Let's
all.
pray
Okay,
and
let's pray and then close out the session. Go ahead,
Yes,
Pastor
yes.
Ezra.
Okay. Good. Before we close, I just want to acknowledge all the guys that have been contributing, the super chats, the members, the subscribers. We just want to thank you for all your support, and we appreciate each and every contribution you put. And also, we just want to thank the people that have been giving on the GoFundMe project. It's still on, and we just want to thank everyone who's been contributing. Just want to acknowledge the people that contributed this past 2 days: Alamush, Walder, Ad Sadiq, and Teodros McConnell, and somebody who gave also anonymously. And for those who feel that they don't want to take their names and surnames on the project, they can also give anonymously. Really appreciate it. And from our side tonight, it's been good being with all of you guys. Please join us tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, sorry. I think it'll be morning in America. Now I'm talking for the Americans, the people who are in America, Biggie and and Rich and Prof. Ezra. In the afternoon, Mika will be in live. It's 2 p.m. Eastern African time. I think probably be 6 in the morning in America. I think Eastern time it will be early morning. Feel free to join him. And again, 9 p.m. East African time tomorrow, which is today here in Africa. I know most people are still behind. And those who are already on Friday, people who are in Australia, South Korea, all those places, join us again 9 p.m. East African time. Still discussing all the issues that are affecting Africa, and also continue the hashtag NOMORE, and please share with family and friends, bring awareness, share with them, and invite them to also join us. And I'm also challenging a lot of people that I know, they always comment, and I appreciate them, by the way. People like Luneta, GB, we appreciate all your comments. You're always on the comment line. We wish to see you joining the live, and we really want to hear now the voice. We've had the keyboards. Now we really want to see what you have to offer. I mean, we want to see you and we want to hear your voice. And again, there's just a lot of people that we want to thank. And also, anyone who's new here, please feel free to subscribe, turn on the notification button, like, and share the live streams, and share other videos that you find here on the Swahili Nation. And thank you for supporting the One Africa movement. And One Africa, we can now pray. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for being with us today. Thank you that we can come as brothers and sisters in love, in unity, in thoughts. We thank you, Heavenly Father, that we came and you shared so much with us. We thank you for the knowledge. We thank you for the wisdom that came from each and every contributor, each and every person who commented. We thank you, Father, that there are many out there that still have a lot to say. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you bring them in We pray for those who are also joining the NOMORE movement. We pray for unity. We pray for a successful rally on Sunday in DC. We pray, Lord God, that everyone will be united to build this beautiful continent of Africa. We pray for those who are in all the parts of the world, wherever they are, Father. We pray that their businesses will succeed, their careers will flourish. Whatever they're doing, may it prosper, may it flourish, may they make their families proud. In Jesus' mighty name, I pray as we are going in different places that you protect each and every member, each and every commenter, each and every subscriber, and everyone who has joined us and those who are still going to join, that we may meet again peacefully to contribute and build this beautiful continent of Africa. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Amen. Beautiful.
Oh,
Beautiful.
amen.
This is our power. We are spiritual beings, and whatever you are, whatever you do, may Xavier be with you.
Amen.
And may let him
Amen.
bless you all.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you,
And to the
guys. Awesome. Awesome. I have to go and make bread now. Okay.
yeah.
American bread.
Enjoy bread, bro.
Which I don't
Enjoy
usually
your
do.
bread, man.
Absolutely.
But just to go past something. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, see you around tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Join
you, Prophet.
again, guys. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Good night, Africa.
Good night. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Please join us again tomorrow, Friday, 9 p.m. East African time, 8 p.m. Central African time, for more topics, more conversations. Come prepared. Come and join us. We want to hear your voices. This is an open platform. Do not feel that you're not part of this. Feel free to join us and feel free to come and participate and contribute to this beautiful platform. And this platform, Mika has made it for all Africans to come wherever they are, to come and voice their opinion, voice their solutions, contribute in any positive way. We are about love and nothing about hate. We want love and unity. Even if we disagree, we want love and unity. That's what we stand for. Shalom.